Hey everybody, welcome back to the Nerdcast. It is Devin, broadcasting as always live from an undisclosed location in the center of Texas on a chill Tuesday. Why does my camera look like this? That is strange. Wow, what is going on here? How's everybody doing? I don't know why my camera is all messed up and weird looking, but let me see if I can find some way to fix that. Genetic Memory Farms on YouTube, welcome back. Oh, it's still doing it. What the heck? Okay, please hold while I figure out what's going on with my camera here. I'm not sure. I didn't mess with it in any way. I literally did nothing from the last stream to now, and yet somehow it decided to get funky on me. It's only my shirt too. I don't know what's going on here. Why does it not like my shirt? Oh, okay, I see. That makes sense. There we go. For some reason, I accidentally had chroma key on my thing clicked on, and it was trying to treat my shirt like a green screen, which is interesting. Welcome back to the stream, Genetic Memory Farms. How are you doing? Yo, Haunted Wisp, how are you doing? Welcome back as well. I've been busy and I think I'm behind on the news. Well, I'm going to talk about some of the bigger gaming news that has happened over the past couple days. I mean, there's just been a lot going on in general. I'm not going to talk about the insanity that happened around the Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef. That kind of exploded all over everything, really, on Twitter, and then outside of Twitter. It's crazy that, like, the NBA on TNT, like, they're starting to play Kendrick's song going into commercial breaks and shit. And I think I saw something saying Dodger Stadium put the song into, like, their warm-up rotation or something. I forget where they're playing it, but the fact that, like, a song about a dude screaming pedophile accusations at like one of the biggest pop stars in the world right now is like a mainstream song that people are just dancing to in clubs and it's on TV commercials and shit. Like, that is insane. Like, we live in an insane time right now. So that popped off. There's this stuff with Microsoft that popped off today. Over the weekend, I made a video. I guess maybe I can just go ahead and get started with this story, since this is just a quick little, well, maybe a quick little blurb. But over the weekend, I made a quick little video talking about the Helldivers 2 situation. Good evening, good peeps. Wait, I can't keep up with the news and also have a life. Well, I have a life too, but you know, I had a choice. I almost didn't stream tonight. Then I was like, no, I gotta stream. But I didn't want to play Fallout. I wanted to take a break from playing some games. I decided, you know what? I'm gonna take a little bit of a break from... I'm taking a break from gaming. I literally am late to the stream because I was playing a different game downstairs. So that's my break from gaming. But I figured if I'm gonna take a little bit of a break from gaming on stream, I may as well talk about the recent news items here. Good evening, good peeps. I hope you're all safe and stoned. I am safe. I'm not stoned. Hello, it is me, and goddamn, there just ain't any good news today. Yo, what's up, Toaster? Welcome back to the stream. There's not a lot of good news. Good news is kind of hard to come by nowadays. Genuinely good news, that is. I don't know what the situation is that requires us to live in such a... We really do live in, like... We manifested, like, all the years of just our pop culture being infatuated with dystopias, dystopian fiction, cyberpunk hellscapes. Like, we've really manifested that pretty brilliantly in our modern time right now. And I think we're just kind of seeing what that looks like on a day-to-day matter. On a day-to-day basis, you know, we see what a cyberpunk dystopia looks like. It's a world that is ruled by corporations, and they get away with doing, like, the most gruesome and evil things. I'm just talking about, like, video game stuff here. And even in the video game industry, we're still seeing, like both of the news stories that I'm going to talk about are a direct result of, like, Goliath mega corporations just doing seemingly whatever they want, although at least one of them has a little bit of a happy ending. Took a hell of a lot, so maybe we aren't quite in our dystopia yet, but you know, if we aren't living it, we're teetering on the edge. But outside of the game industry, though, we're talking about corporations like Boeing just straight up murdering people for whistleblowing. I was talking to a friend of mine about the ramifications of Boeing being what it is, you know, because he's a good deal younger than me. He was a wee little toddler when 9/11 happened. So I was like, all right, let me tell you about what happened during 9/11. The airline industry basically shut down for a while. And the shutdown of the airline industry caused a colossal collapse of the American economy. It didn't just shut down for security reasons. It was also just people didn't feel safe flying. You know, after watching 2 planes crash into the World Trade Center and then hearing about other planes going down outside of New York, people just were scared shitless of getting on a plane. So, you know, airline travel just plummeted. For a while it was shut down, mandated by the government, but even when that was lifted, people just weren't flying. And that really, really tanked the economy. Like, the idea that we could ground Boeing planes until we can figure out what exactly is their situation, like, that would lead, because there's only 2 manufacturers of planes, Airbus and Boeing, and I don't know what percentage of planes in America are Airbus, but if we grounded all Boeing planes, that would basically bring us back to like a borderline 9/11 kind of situation where all air travel is just grounded. And whatever semblance of an economy that we might have you know, right now, which, you know, depending on who you ask, we either have a decent economy or we're teetering on the verge of like a full-blown recession. But whatever it might be there, shutting down the airline industry would kick it over into a full-blown recession. So that's not gonna happen. Doesn't matter how many motherfuckers Boeing ends up putting in the earth, like, we aren't gonna shut them down. So that's one level of cyberpunk dystopia. And I remember when I first started playing Cyberpunk 2077 when it came out back in 2020. There was like a scene early on where like a corporation, I don't know if it was Arasaka or who else, but like they had this boardroom meeting and then like, you know, the evil CEO just murders someone in that meeting. And I was just like, this is so over the top. Like, yeah, corporations are villainous and they're definitely complicit in like, you know, loss of life, but it's not direct like that. It's more indirect. This is like super villain twirling their mustache kind of stuff. And then after these past two Boeing whistleblowers that just got murked, I'm revisiting my beliefs on that. I'm like, oh well, maybe Cyberpunk was a little bit more realistic than I gave it credit for. I was at the Chicago Botanic Gardens earlier today. It's one of my favorite Chicago attractions. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. Although right now I'm suffering from allergies a bit. Weather in Austin has been really shitty. I think I'm in an ad break. The weather in Austin has been really pretty shitty. It's been gray sky. It's been gray and overcast, just nonstop, just a relentless overcast gray for the past like 3 weeks, and it's really started to get to me. Like it's bordering on seasonal affective disorder. Or was science fiction's dystopia just a vision of possible futures? I mean, it's all visions of possible futures, but the thing is, like, you know, the opposite, and I looked into this some years ago, like, I was thinking, why is so much of our fiction cyberpunk? Or if it's not cyberpunk, it's all some form of a dystopia. Whether it's like a post-apocalyptic dystopia or whatever it might be. We do more of that than like, and I thought about, well, what is the opposite of that? And, you know, I was introduced to the term solar punk, and I was like, wow, solar punk. So even though like something like Star Trek isn't technically considered solar punk, it kind of has a lot of solar punk sort of themes in it. And I'm like, why don't we have more of this? Why isn't there more solar punk? It seems like everyone is overly infatuated with just the darkest, cruelest, brutalist interpretations of where our future is going to lead. And I do, in some sense, believe in manifestation. Like, I do believe in manifestation. Like, if the only type of media that we consume as a society are bleak, like apocalyptic, cynical, nihilistic fiction, pieces of fiction, then I think that that's what will manifest in our society. And that's just kind of how I feel things are going right now. With respects to whether we're talking about inaction, criminal inaction on the part of our governments, or if we're talking about corporate rule, corporate ownership of our governments, oligarchy, the oligarchic control of our quote-unquote democracy, or whether we talk about the impending apocalypse that's coming towards workers in the form of both AI and robots. Have a video talking about robots with Justin. That's coming too. Or, you know, every other day we hear somebody, whether it's Putin or who else, threatening a nuclear annihilation of someone. And a lot of that is posturing, but, you know, it's kind of remarkable that we haven't actually had a nuclear incident yet. So, you know, it's all of this is just manifesting our infatuation with a doomsday society. And I would really like it if our media kind of worked to manifest the opposite. I say this in total hypocrisy because the comic I am actually working on with Royal is post-apocalyptic. But the thing is, like, I deliberately designed it to be the both, like, the dichotomy. Like, you know, Civil War happened, America split in two. One side is your libertarian, dystopian wonderland, and the other side is your solar punk utopia. Like, well, quote unquote utopia. Not quite a utopia, but like the idea of it is there's more to this than just, you know, a Mad Max hellscape where everyone's running around raping each other. Like, even in that kind of environment, there's more to life than just that side. Like, nihilism and cynicism is not the only thing out there. So that's the reason why I even started writing that comic, and why it's set in that universe. But even now, I'm starting to feel like I shouldn't contribute to the manifestation of our ever bleaker, you know, future. It's Star Trek versus Star Wars. Well, Star Wars is I guess Star Wars is pretty bleak. It's always being it's a universe that's constantly being overthrown by fascist uprisings, even if those fascist uprisings end up getting their comeuppances. But that's not really dystopic in my view. That's just a I don't know. I guess maybe it all kind of is. Maybe I was gonna say it kind of harkens back to like a Lord of the Rings style take on the hero's journey, but then I guess even Lord of the Rings, if you really wanted to analyze it that way, is kind of a dystopian post-apocalypse, if you want to consider the destruction of Mordor the apocalypse. I guess it was the apocalypse for the people that lived in that area. But people are the same way about history, focus on war and conquest. I think maybe if you want to. That's the thing with history, like, there's a lot of history that gets written about, and if you wanted to focus on other parts of history, then yeah, I guess you can go out and read that. But like, when we're talking about pop culture, like the movies that get made, the movies that get the most dollars behind them and gets put on the big screen in thousands of theaters and whatnot, you know, in a couple weeks there's going to be a new Mad Max movie in theaters, which I want to see. It's going to be awesome. I'm sure it's going to be awesome. Furiosa, you know, that's going to get your money 9 times out of 10 over, not just because of the Mad Max brand, but 9 times out of 10 that style of movie is going to get your money because the idea of the stakes in that world. Oh man, it's a harsh hellscape, and our hero has to find ways to make ends meet in this topsy-turvy, upside-down nightmare hellscape. You know, that sounds more appealing to people than, you know, whatever Star Trek hopeful socialist utopia movie might be. And maybe that's reflected in the fact that a lot of those Star Trek movies that tried to be more like the show failed, and the Star Trek movies that were the more successful ones tended to be deliberately made to be darker and more cynical. I mean, wasn't that second J.J. Abrams one, wasn't that literally called Into Darkness? That movie was literally called Star Trek Into Darkness. Like, we're gonna make this shit dark. I agree with that theory on what we manifest based on media the population consumes. Yeah, I'm a believer in life imitates art more so than art imitates life. I know that's kind of a chicken and the egg thing, but I guess that's just how I feel. If we want people to be more positive, we should help bring the 60s and the merry... Wait, what? Help bring the 60s and the merry pranksters. What? What do you mean by that? Memory farms? Oh, my sister's texting me. I gave one of my guitars to my nieces and nephew because they wanted to learn. So this old classical guitar that I had lying around, I gave it to them. They got it fixed up, and they're pretty happy about it. I've always loved both Trek and Star Wars for different reasons. Yo, what's up, Vince? Welcome back to the stream. And you too, Arachnid Soul. How y'all doing? Hope you guys are having a good evening. I've always loved both Trek and Star Wars for different reasons. Trek for what we can become, and Wars for the fantasy element. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I like the two also. I always prefer Star Trek over Star Wars because I like the sci-fi angle more than the fantasy angle. The sci-fi angle of Star Trek more than the fantasy angle of Star Wars. And I do also like the promise of the world that we could have. Well, I prefer bounty hunters in Star Wars and a bit of fantasy. I was never really preoccupied with the bounty hunter thing, honestly, but you know, sometimes it's neat. Oh Jesus, what are they saying to me? Hold on, my phone is buzzing off the charts here. Okay, she's just showing me pictures of them with the guitar. They got a nice strap for it too. I'm happy that they can get some use out of it. Like, I bought this guitar like in 2006 or something. I got it off of eBay for like $10. So it's not like the best guitar in the world, but it makes a decent enough sound, and for like a 6-year-old, it's good enough to learn how to play on. Not a lot of peacetime reenactors, just my 2 cents. Yeah, and the ones that do that sort of stuff, that's like the people that, you know, pretend to be the UN and whatnot. You know, they like making rules and bylaws and shit like that. You know, nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear from those guys. Sure, there are genetic baby farms. Think about Renaissance fairs. Yeah, Renaissance fair is a pretty solid example of that, I guess. Although I wouldn't necessarily say peacetime. There was a lot of war going on in the general era that Ren fairs like to focus on. Whether you're talking about wars of the medieval, because you know Ren fairs also encompass medieval era stuff, and there's a lot of war in the medieval era, and there was a lot of war in the Renaissance times too. So, you know, people, there are not a lot of people at Ren fairs that dress up like aristocrats. You know, that show up with like the puffy pirate shirt and like the fancy lad threads and everything. Like, there's a lot of guys in armor with swords. So even in that respect, I guess things tend to get a little more violent, which is fine. Like, the medieval era wasn't. You know what? I was about to say something completely foolish there. I was about to say something completely foolish about the medieval era. I had to really think about it for a second. I was like, no, actually, the medieval era was infatuated. I was about to say the medieval era wasn't as infatuated with the post-apocalypse as we are, but no, the medieval era was like almost specifically and religiously devout to the notion of the apocalypse, you know, which is where a lot of that Gothic art comes from, especially circa the plague. I mean, bring back some of the turn on, tune in, and drop out mentality. Back to the land, homestead, etc. Kids have figured out late stage capitalism is bunk, so give them psychedelics and change society. I mean, a lot. I mean, that whole land back and homestead stuff, like that's present, but it's that bottom part. It's that late stage capitalism thing. Like, any kind of change that's going to be monumental enough to be long lasting, like, the younger generation really doesn't have any mechanism to enact right now, because every lever of governance that's required to enact those changes, both at the local level, the state level, and the federal level, they're all under the control of 70-year-old lawyers, basically. There was a video that More Perfect Union put out. They were talking about a candidate for Senate who's running, and he's not an old white guy, he's a middle-aged white guy, but he's not a lawyer. He's like a steel worker or something like that. And they were talking about 52% of the American population are blue-collar workers, but less than 2% of Congress comes from blue-collar labor. Like, most of them are lawyers and whatnot. It's like, and in addition to them just being old as fuck. So it's like, yeah, like when you have your lawmakers and your regulators, your regulations being set by, that demographic, it's not going to reflect the wants or needs of people several generations removed. But, that's it's a discussion, I guess, a broader discussion for another time. I had a few Timothy Leary audio a while ago and can't find it anymore. Timothy Leary. You said that name and I instantly thought Dennis Leary. I was like, no, Dennis Leary is a totally different thing, I believe. I don't know who Timothy Leary is. All right, let me start with this story here, because it wasn't even 24 hours. It wasn't even 12 hours. Probably about maybe 7 or 8 hours after I posted my video talking about the Helldivers 2 being delisted from 170 stores on Steam. When Toaster actually sent me a DM on Twitter informing me that, against all odds, and I didn't think it was going to happen, but Sony reversed their decision. They reversed their decision to require PlayStation Network logins for Helldivers 2. I was a little bit beside myself talking about that story, because I couldn't figure out for the life of me why they were willing to nuke such a popular game for such a dumb reason. And that whole campaign that all of the fans of that game set out on, I didn't think they would win, but they did. Like, it was actually a pretty solid example of what collective action and organizing can do in the face of, like, overwhelming odds. Like, there was no real reason for Sony to have listened to them. But, okay, so, couple things here. One, I still don't understand why Sony decided to delist the game from 170 different stores in different locations, because that right there is just like, okay, we don't need that revenue. It's like, really? Like, they must have had some data where it's like, okay, we only have 50 players here, maybe only 100 players there. It must have been something like that, because it doesn't make sense to me why they would remove avenues for people to get that game when the entirety of the gaming PC world had been going nuts about it for the past 3 months. So I don't know what their issue was there. But considering the fact that the campaign to drive the reviews on Steam to becoming overwhelmingly negative ended up working so well, like, it ended up working so well that, well, for starters, it forced Sony to reverse their decision. It also got a guy fired from his job. So let me go over this real quick first. Sony reversed his unpopular Helldivers 2 decision after blistering player reaction. Helldiver 2's Steam reviews went from overwhelmingly positive to overwhelmingly negative in just 3 days after Sony attempted to acquire a PSN account to play. Stand down, Helldivers, your battle is won. Last week, Sony announced that Helldivers 2, one of the most popular multiplayer games of the year, would require Steam players to link their account to a PlayStation Network account. After a weekend of strong player backlash, including review bombing the game on Steam, Sony reversed course earlier this morning and will no longer require PC players to link a PlayStation Network account. So this was a huge win. I really wasn't expecting it. No, that's who Genetic Movie Farms is talking about. That's me. Timothy Leary was a psychedelic evangelist. Oh, okay, I got you. Guys. Like, this isn't like some straight edge message for me or anything like that, but I don't do drugs. If you do, I'm glad for you, and I hope it helps you, and I hope you do even more.
I am day drunk. Get ready to see my dick.
Yo, what's up, Bianca? Welcome back to the stream. How are you doing? Yeah, I don't know any of these dudes. Timothy Leary, a psychedelic evangelist. Andrew Wheel, Ken Kasey, and Timothy Leary, and the electric Kool-Aid acid test. You just said a bunch of words that I'm not entirely sure. It's like that Simpsons bit. Like, I know those words, but that sign makes no sense. I love drugs. I know you do, Toaster, and I hope you're on them right now. The strength of that player reaction cannot be understated. Within hours of the initial announcement, Helldivers 2 received over 14,000 negative reviews on Steam. This ballooned to over 200,000 negative reviews in the 2 days after, enough to reverse the game's overwhelmingly positive, overwhelmingly negative. Though review bombing is typically seen as an extreme action players can take, it was apparently encouraged by one of Helldiver 2's community managers. Quote, I want people to make their displeasure known in a place where it might actually make a difference, Spitz, a Helldiver 2 community manager, wrote in the game's Discord server.
It won't let me write anything loudly crying. Says action could not be completed loudly crying. Logged out and back in, same response. Using mobile.
It won't let you write? You always have issues with mobile. Like, what kind of... Are you on like an old Nokia from like the early 2000s or something? Why is your mobile always like tripping you up? I mean, I guess it lets you use the it lets you use text to speech, so that's cool. I don't know what I mean. There's nothing I can. I guess there's nothing I can really do about that over here, Bianca. Me and Toaster and most of the rest of humanity. Yeah, I mean, I drink booze, so I guess I do the more destructive drug. The drug that's gonna, like, wreck my liver and shit. Devin, I just think it's funny that you draw the radicals in and they are trying to erect statues. Well, I mean, if you want, hey, look, you do you. So long as you're not actively hurting anyone, you do you. That's all I'm saying. It's all I'm saying. And you know, maybe, and I'm not opposed to maybe one day trying a psychedelic. I mean, I really do want to experiment with microdosing, but I mean, I don't pay attention to it enough to know any individual motherfucker's name, so I don't know what to tell you. I'm just not that kind of person, I guess. You know, I knows what I likes, and what I likes is the drink. This is water, by the way. I made booze for a long time, but I gave up drinking. Too hard on the body. Yeah, it is pretty rough on the body, that's for sure. That's for sure. Just why I try to make an effort to, like, you know, all things in moderation, as they say. Why is my fan off? Oh man, but players weren't content to just go after Helldivers 2. Arrowhead Game Studios CEO John Pilstead expressed dismay that players were also targeting the original Helldivers. Oh, I didn't know about that. I've never played the original. I watched a video, and it's like a top-down game. I've never played it, but I guess it's also supposed to be pretty decent. It's obviously not as popular as 2, but I didn't know that they were actually targeting the first Helldivers too. Damn, they went after the whole family. It deeply saddens me that Helldivers game is also being review bombed due to the recent Helldivers 2 controversy. Wait, so did they fix Helldivers? I know that, so I still have it saved from when I did my video on Sunday, when it was overwhelmingly negative. That's 2,226 reviews. Let me do a refresh on this. Hey, mostly positive. The recents are still mixed because, I mean, the recent activity was overwhelmingly negative, so the recents are gonna be mixed. But it's good that the all reviews switched to mostly positive. That's good. Let's see, how do I get to... Let's go to Arrowhead Games. Okay, well this is still mostly positive, very positive. So if there was any, and it's not like, it doesn't look like there was a whole lot of reviews going on. Granted, not a lot of people played this game, so it probably didn't take too much to change the reviews. But it looks like it's back to positive, so that's good. That's not the page I wanted. Helldivers 1 is also really good. I do kind of want to play it now after having played Helldivers 2 for so much. Those reviews are going back up on Helldivers 2. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm glad. It's interesting though. It creates like a new mechanic. Oh, all right. I got the applause. It creates an interesting new mechanic because, like, obviously review bombing has been a thing for Rotten Tomatoes and shit like that. I mean, it's been utilized on Steam as well, but never this directed. I've never seen it like be, okay, we're gonna tank it until you meet our demands. Oh, you met our demands? Okay, we're bringing it back. Like, that's interesting. That is an extreme weaponization of the review system that I have to imagine that, like, Sony executives and other publishing executives are probably on the phone or in emails in the inbox of Valve executives trying to figure out a way to, like, prevent this from happening in the future. Cause, like, that's some Hamas shit. That's some Hamas. They took some hostages on that one. They took some hostages and bombed the fuck out of any prospect that somebody that's, you know, interested in checking out what Helldivers 2 is all about, you know, will ever go through with it when they see that big red overwhelmingly negative. I mentioned in the video that I made that if it wasn't for the overwhelmingly positive reviews, I probably wouldn't have played Helldivers 2. People were talking about it, it sounded fun, but like if I hadn't had Toaster telling me about his Helldiver experiences and all of that, and seeing people on Twitter post about, you know, all of the shit that they were doing and experiencing Helldivers, if I hadn't had that and I just went to Steam and saw overwhelmingly negative, I wouldn't have bought it.
There's no surprise there.
Bianca, I like how you're just kind of like, you can't chat for some reason, but you're just tossing in the sound bites. I wish I could put more sound bites in there than the 10 I'm limited to. It's nice to see that Steam reviews can be used in that way. It's interesting to see, like, I guess it opens up a new front in consumer activism. to the degree that you can call this activism. I guess it is. It got a result. You know, they had a case, they had a demand, something they wanted to see, a policy change. They had a call to action. They instituted that call to action very effectively. They inflicted pain on the person that they were trying to extract a demand from, and that person relented and gave them what they wanted. And then they upheld their end of the bargain and went back on. They essentially let the hostages go. So, I mean, if that's not some form of activism, I don't know what is. Even if it isn't, like, you know, taking it to the streets or whatever. I don't know why I said it like that. I guess I'm morphing into Michael McDonald in my old age. I've already got the gray beard, so I guess I should start dressing like Michael McDonald now. If I'm gonna be talking about taking it to the streets. Taking it to the streets. You don't know me, but I'm your brother. Nobody's gonna get that reference. Nobody. It means you can't just sell a good game and then mess it up without pushback from the players. Yeah, I mean, it means, I guess it means that. I guess it means that. What is the definition of mess it up, though? I think that would be the argument that they would argue, like, you know, requiring all of your players who purchased and loaded into the game without needing a PlayStation Network account, suddenly requiring them to have one in order to continue playing it. Is that messing it up? Yeah, I would say that's messing it up. Is having a black protagonist messing it up? You know, I would say no, but there's a not entirely small and very vocal contingent of people on social media, be it Twitter or Reddit or wherever else, who would probably argue, yeah, that's messing it up. So it remains to be seen, though. It remains to be seen. Or is it just fair in a capitalist system, all or nothing stakes, and that is a consumer's only form of protection? Otherwise, we are powerless. Yes. And that's the thing. It's like the only mechanism that we could possibly have is militant consumerism. Militant consumerism is really our last bastion of anything that we might be able to use to protect ourselves from, you know, rampant corporate greed. And I guess this is what this is. That's what this is. This was militant consumerism. I got it, but I am almost 50. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. The other old head in the chat got the Michael McDonald reference. I don't get the people who just want white, straight male protagonists in every form of media. Yeah, I don't even think that's what they want. They just want to complain. They just want to bitch about things. I'm wavering on the commitment on Dell gaming laptops because the RTX 5K series is supposed to increase bus width and total VRAM. Okay. I'm not sure entirely what you mean when you say that, but I know that you're interested in getting a laptop, and you have my support in that endeavor when you find something you'd like. But I'm not familiar with the RTX 5K series or anything like that. I haven't used a gaming laptop since I worked at BioWare. They issued us gaming laptops. Helldivers 2 boss impressed by players' willpower in reversing PlayStation Network requirement. The creative director of Helldivers 2 said he is impressed by the willpower of fans after their feedback caused Sony to reverse its decision regarding PlayStation Network accounts being required by all players. In a post on Twitter, Helldivers 2 creative director and CEO of developer Arrowhead Game Studio, John Pilstead, thanked Sony for, quote, quickly and effectively addressing the community's concerns and suggested this sort of feedback loop should be the new standard for live service games. So this dude is straight up being like, fuck it, let's go. Let's go. This guy does not condemn gaming Hamas. Firstly, I am impressed by the willpower of the Helldivers 2 community and your ability to collaborate, Pilstead said. Secondly, I want to thank our partners and friends at PlayStation for quickly and effectively making the decision to leave PSN linking optional. Yeah, so I guess it is optional, which is what they should have done from the start. Like, it should have always been optional. I saw somebody on Twitter post like a suggestion saying they should incentivize people, make it optional, but incentivize people to link it by giving them like a free skin or something. We together want to set a new standard for what a live game is and how developers and community can support each other to create the best gaming experiences. Yeah, that's funny. The game actually had major orders in it that reference the well, one, it has a major order that referenced the campaign, but also they created a cape. They created a cape in the game, a cape design that specifically it shows the negative reviews, the bar graph of negative reviews, and then the positives immediately after. It's kind of interesting. A Reddit post revealing Sony's backtrack has more than 72,000 likes too, with over 5,000 comments from players celebrating the change. Thread eliminated. Congrats for all Helldivers. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Like, this is like a unique situation because, you know, it normally doesn't happen this way, that the gaming community will be listened to by one of the largest publishers in the world. But it doesn't come without some casualties. Helldivers 2 community manager seemingly gone after PlayStation login meltdown. Things in the world of Helldiver 2 are going back to normal after Sony reversed course on a controversial PSN login requirement for the popular sci-fi shooter on PC, but not everyone appears to have made it out of the public relations fiasco in one piece. Arrowhead Studios community manager Spitz
There's no surprise
is
there.
seemingly no longer a part of the team after encouraging players to review bomb and refund the game to get Sony to change its mind. Today is a dark day, Spitz ominously wrote in the Helldivers 2 Discord on May 7th. Players began to notice something was up when the community manager's account was removed from the dispatch channel, where the Arrowhead team drops lore bits and recent in-game Galactic War updates. So, who's gonna do the high command dispatches? One player asks. Not me, Spitz wrote back. They didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. The community manager had previously been missing from the Discord shortly after players started revolting against the return of the requirement that they had log into a while at. Spitz initially made comments that the community outrage was overblown before pivoting to the idea that the review bombing the game would give Arrowhead more leverage to get out of the Sony requirement. You know, that's kind of makes it fucked up then, like, because the CEO of Arrowhead was lauding the campaign. He was just going like, oh, it's an amazing thing that just happened, like, impressive, job well done. They're celebrating it in the game. They've got the cape, you know, they have the major orders, everyone's happy, like it's a total win. But then they turn around and fire this dude. This must have been like a demand on Sony's part. This must have been Sony being like, okay, fine. We will remove the demand, we'll make it optional, and we will put the game back in the 170 country stores. If, and only if, you fire that one specific motherfucker. Which, honestly, if you had a union in the game industry, then this wouldn't be a thing. This wouldn't be a thing. Like, it should probably be a lawsuit, maybe. But if there was unionization, then they wouldn't have been able to fire this guy for that. Players making their displeasure known through reviews, refunds, etc. give us more pull in the decision with Sony, Spitz wrote in Discord on May 4th. It hurts to see the game's popularity suffer in ratings, but discussions are ongoing and we are on the side of the players in this fight. Players proceeded to leave over 150,000 negative reviews and request refunds, while the game was removed from sale on PC in hundreds of countries that don't support PSN accounts. Sony eventually backed off the requirement, after which Spitz returned to the Helldivers 2 Discord on May 6th to say they'd almost lost their They'd almost lost their job. Almost, not quite. They wrote after someone asked if they'd been fired. Turns out that telling people to review bomb and refund a game isn't a popular decision with the publisher, but I'm still here and I'm glad we all made a difference. That no longer seems to be the case. It's unclear if Spitz was simply removed from the community manager role to a different position or was fired from Arrowhead entirely. Some players have suggested that Spitz may have quit. At least 100 players have signed a petition for the community manager to return. I find it really sad that people are calling for individuals to be fired, wrote one fan on Discord. No matter who it is, they are a person. Everyone makes mistakes and can do better. There's no mistake made. There is no mistake made. He had a strategy, and it worked. Kudos. Congratulations to Spitz. Job well done, sir. There is no mistake to be up to apologize for here. Fuck Sony. Yeah, if they don't want their shit to tank, then you know what? You should probably listen to your rabid fan base. Thank you. I was talking to someone who hasn't watched Kenobi but was talking about what YouTubers said about her. I said he should watch for himself and not just clip grifters use. Yeah, I don't pay attention to any of those YouTubers. I know, when I was on Max's channel regularly, all of those dudes were a regular source of contention, but I never watch their channels. I don't watch that shit. I don't follow them. I have no intention to. I don't care to. So I have no idea. I don't even know who's their new target. I don't know what they're talking about right now. Who is the source of the fandom menace's ire now? And doesn't matter at all. They are racist and don't let them sell you something different. Everyone is the protagonist of their own story. I also told him I don't think they've had enough black people in Star Wars over the years, so he mentions Lando, Mace, and Ahsoka. I just kind of laughed at him. Yeah, I mean, they're doing better now than they had in years past, but I mean, it could always be better. And especially like the level of import that those black characters have could also be better. But you know, all you could do is a little bit better each time, I suppose. Like that's it for the entire universe? Come on. Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, they introduce more. I mean, they're introducing more now. I mean, we had Finn come in. We had Ice Cube's kid. God, I forget his name. But he was in he had a role on Obi-Wan as well. In addition to the Sith Lord there. It's happening. I mean, honestly, they aren't making Star Wars shit as frequently as they make Marvel shit, so take what you can get. Javid or what's the dude's name? I was gonna say Javid Best, but he was the Detroit Lions running back. But God, why can't I remember his name? The dude who played Jar Jar Binks, he came back as a Jedi Master. So yeah, I mean, they do a little better every time, and that's all you can hope for, is moving in the right direction. How dare you be proud of your community? What, you want us to make money? Exactly. Like, I still don't understand what their goal was. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it had to be the data. They just wanted the data so they could sell it. Is it that much more valuable than like the $50 revenue they're getting from people that buy the game? I guess they don't have a subscription fee for Helldivers 2, so with no subscription fee, something's got to pay for the servers, I guess. Sony, honestly, somebody at Sony should have come clean about why they were doing it. They had that bullshit reason about, we need to make it secure, and also we need the ability to ban people. And it's like, come on, nobody's buying this shit. Come clean with why you want to do this, and nobody's gonna accept it, but at least we won't fucking maybe not riot over it. You need some serious organizing if you want to unionize the game industry. I think it would make Boeing body count look insignificant. I'm talking about Krakow level body counts. The game industry's been unionizing. There's been a lot of unions popping up within the industry. Not nearly as much as there needs to be, clearly, but I mean, it's been happening. Honestly, and maybe I'll talk about this when I get into the next story I want to talk about here in a second, but you know, we need to go beyond unions too. We need to do more worker-owned co-ops in the game industry, and the time is perfect for that to take off right now. I really laughed when people were speculating Finn being related to Lando. I mean, yeah, all black people are related, so why wouldn't Finn and Lando be related? You know, of course they're related. And Grief Cargo is also related to them in some capacity too. Like, they're all brothers and sisters. O'Shea Jackson Jr. Yes, that's who it was. Ice Cube's kid. I don't believe in Star Wars. Ahmed Best. Yeah, that's Jar Jar. Ahmed. I was thinking I was close. Javid Best. Ahmed Best. Does anyone truly believe in Star Wars? I remember a meme where people were asking if Darth Vader would be allowed to roam free if he survived Episode 3. Which is very funny. My brother's answer was Darth Vader is literally the image of the evil villain. Of all pictures of evil, he's one of the 3 people who everyone pictures as the pure evil monster. Wait, what do you mean roam free? If Darth Vader would be allowed to roam free if he survived Episode 3. Oh, you mean... Okay, I'm sorry. You said Episode 3 and I was thinking... No, wait, Episode 3. Yeah, that's Revenge of the Sith. Episode 3 is Revenge of the Sith. He did roam free after that. He became Darth Vader. he roamed the freest of them all and was massacring people left and right as a ruthless Sith marauder. So, yeah, he roamed free. Whether people allowed him to or not didn't really matter. He allowed himself to roam free. Right, Episode 6. My brain fucks that up somehow. Yeah, mine does too. Clearly, you saw me, like, you know, tripping over myself mentally to understand exactly what you were referring to. That trips me up too. But yes, after Episode 6, you know, that's actually interesting. I feel like they definitely, I mean, there would have been... I mean, he died, so it's not, so it's hard to say. I guess maybe there would have been war crime trials? Would there have been trials for Darth Vader? Would he have been made to sit on, that would be interesting. Would they have executed him? I don't think Luke would have allowed that. I don't know, I guess exile? Would he have lived in exile the way Luke ended up living in exile? I don't know. I don't know what would have happened. I mean, he was responsible for the death of countless billions. You know, well, kind of, I guess. Peter Cushing was the one that blew up Alderaan, so don't know if I'd pin that on Vader, but I mean, he killed a bunch of people nonetheless. All right. The other big thing, the big thing, the actual big thing that happened in the gaming space earlier today, it was announced. Xbox shutting down 4 Bethesda studios. Bethesda's having a time right now. What's going on with those guys? You know, what's that guy's name? Todd Hall? He came out not too long ago saying that he wanted Bethesda to be capable of making games faster. He didn't say anything about the quality of Bethesda games, which honestly should be their primary focus, but he just said he wanted to figure out a way to make games faster. I don't know if this is a step in that direction. They're shutting down Arcane Austin, which is unfortunate for me. I mean, I know a lot of people who worked and work at that studio. I interviewed for them a while ago. They didn't hire me, but I interviewed there and they liked me. I got pretty far in the process, but you know, the Austin team made some great games. They were responsible for a good chunk of the Dishonored series, and you Prey was their big title. That's what they were working on when I interviewed with them. And their games were good. The games they worked on, I mean, not Redfall, I guess. I never played Redfall, so I can't really judge for myself, but given what everyone has said about that game, given what everyone has said about that game over the years, the audacity of still charging $60 or $70 for it. Well, the audacity of charging $70 for this game to begin with, in addition to still having it be $70 after you tell everyone that the game isn't being supported anymore. But not a great number of reviews on this game, and most of them are negative anyways. So not a lot of positive things people had to say about this game, which sucks. It's unfortunate. From all accounts, it sounds like the studio was forced to develop a game that A, they had no experience in developing that type of game, and B, they didn't really want to, but they were forced to. So that's a management decision on Bethesda's part that led to an absence of quality in that regard. But I'm not going to pin that on Arcane Austin. It just sucks that it had to come to this. Tango Gameworks as well. So they were the ones that were responsible for The Evil Within, which I never played, but Justin played the first two, I believe, and he loves those games. He thinks they're awesome, but he tells me I should play them, and I probably should. But they also did Hi-Fi Rush, which I did play a good chunk of on this stream, and I love that game. I actually need to go back and finish it. But yeah, I mean, they're no slouches. Alpha Dog, I'm not familiar with them, and Roundhouse sounds like they did a lot of support development, so they probably contributed to the development of several of the games I've mentioned already. But I mean, at least these first two, I mean, why shut them down? I have to imagine, like, it wasn't possible to find a buyer. Like, Sega wouldn't have bought Arcane or something, Epic or any other publisher. There's a discussion on Twitter going on right now about vertical integration within the industry and why it should be illegal.
No surprise there.
Bianca, you're not surprised by anything tonight. Anyways, talking about whether or not it should be illegal for publishers to purchase game studios. And it's actually an interesting question. It's one I hadn't really thought a whole lot about. I don't know where I fall on that. I don't know if I would go so far as to say it should be illegal for a game publisher to purchase a game developer. There are some cases, equivalent cases of that kind of vertical integration from early Hollywood. I read a thread about that as well. But it takes so much more to develop a game than it does to create a movie. Like, it takes more manpower, it takes a longer amount of time. Like, there's just so much more that goes into game development that for your AAA blockbuster games, like, I have a hard time imagining, like, I don't know. I have to think about this a little bit. It's an interesting thought experiment, if nothing else, because a publisher can fund the development of a AAA blockbuster game without purchasing the studio outright. I mean, I guess that kind of happens all the time, or at least it used to. It used to happen. I think that the case for ownership of studios by publishers is it's a part of market consolidation. It's a part of buying your competition to a certain degree. Like, if Activision didn't own Infinity Ward, then okay, they put out Call of Duty 1 and 2 and they make a lot of money, and they own I guess they own the IP for Call of Duty. Maybe there's a world where they just publish it and Infinity Ward retains the rights to Call of Duty, kind of the way a lot of indie comic publishers work, where they'll help publish a comic from a creator, but the creator retains the rights. If Infinity Ward wasn't a part of Activision, then maybe They go and make a first-person shooter for a different publisher. That sort of thing used to happen all the time. And then all of a sudden, all of the goodwill and name recognition that Infinity Ward built up creating Call of Duty and all the fans of Call of Duty, when a rival publisher puts out an Infinity Ward game, instead of their labor contributing to your profits, it's contributing to your competitors' profits. And you don't like that. You don't like that. But, you know, you can't contract for another company to continue building Call of Duty or a competitive game. You'd rather just buy Infinity Ward and not have to worry about that ever happening. You just keep it on lockdown and just keep spitting out Call of Duty games year after year after year. Does that, I mean, I really have to think about where I fall on that, because I can see the case for both. I think my knee-jerk reaction to it is I fall on the side of not allowing studios to be purchased by publishers. I don't think that would mean the death of AAA games. I think that's the point of contention, is that doing that would be the death of AAA games. I don't think that would be the case. I think publishers would still be willing to fund the development of AAA games. I think the terms of the contracts between developers and publishers in that regard becomes a little less friendly for the developer, or it becomes more friendly for the publisher, because, you know, they're putting more money in, so they're going to want to get a lot more out of it. They're probably going to want to have a lot more say involved in the development too. I don't know. I mean, it's not something that that's used to. I think game development used to be more like that back in the past anyways. It's hard to imagine it going back to that kind of structure, but maybe that's what the game industry needs. I mean, we're talking about 2024 that has seen an insane number of layoffs. And that was before we started seeing all the studio shutdowns. Like, this isn't just a layoff. This is like, you know, companies that have been around for years developing incredible brands, incredible IPs getting shut down, and all these people getting put out of work. So clearly something with the structure of the game industry needs to change in a pretty dramatic way. Microsoft is shutting down 4 of the studios it picked up as part of the 2020 Bethesda acquisition, as reported by IGN. The 4 studios includes Arcane Austin, maker of last year's disappointing Redfall, and, you know, that they
I am day drunk. Get ready to see my dick.
I like how you're just spamming audio because you can't type in the chat. But Bianca, why don't you watch on YouTube? I am on YouTube. You have a YouTube account. You can chat on YouTube. That's how Genetic Memory Farms is chatting. Genetic Memory Farms is using YouTube to say, then I'll hate on them for not hiring you. Nah, you don't need to hate on them for not hiring me. I don't hate on them for not hiring me. They may have wanted the tax loss by closing the studios. That's a possibility. Embracer Group recently,
there's no surprise there.
They're in the same boat. They bought a shit ton of developers, and they were trying to get purchased by like some Saudi Arabian group, and that didn't go through. And as soon as that fell through, they were like, all right, let's rip it all apart. So they started shutting down studios, but they allowed, I can't remember which studios, but they allowed a couple of studios to purchase their independence, basically. I don't know if Microsoft gave any of these studios their same possibility, if they allowed them to either seek acquisition from someone else or acquire their own independence. But absent any other option, you know, that would be preferable to just shutting the damn thing down. But yeah, there may have been a tax consideration for it as well. Embracer Group bought Cryptic, which is a great way to shit money in the toilet. Cryptic. Why does that name sound familiar? Oh, Star Trek Online. Oh my goodness. Okay. Champions Online. Oh, City of Heroes, City of Villains. I worked on this game. That's why it sounds familiar, because I worked on this fucking game. I have the City of Villains poster on my wall back there. Yeah. Yeah, I worked on this one. And I gotta say, I didn't mind it. I didn't mind it. I mean, it wasn't the best game in the world, but you know, it was interesting. It had its charm. I never played Champions. Champions was basically like people who were frustrated that they couldn't be Wolverine or the Hulk in City of Heroes. Basically, they created Champions Online to do that. I've never played Star Trek Online. I heard a lot of bad things about it though. Neverwinter. I didn't even know this existed. What is... Oh, it's a D&D MMO. I didn't know it was an MMO. Yeah, these guys just... I'm not an MMO person. I don't care. If this was any other type of game but MMO, I would have looked it up. Yeah, why did Embracer buy these guys? Wait, the last game they made was in 2017? It was announced in June 2021 the game would shut down on tour. Okay, well, damn. Okay, that had a brutal ending. Yeah, I don't know why they would have purchased. There must have been some reason for it. 2021, December of 2021. Wait, oh, so Embracer bought them after they shut down Magic Legends, because it was announced on June 29, 2021 that the game would shut down on October 31st, 2021 before the end of its open beta. Damn. So they went into beta and I guess the game was so shit they were like, you know what, let's just kill it. This isn't even worth bringing out a beta. We're just gonna kill this bitch. And they did, and then a couple months later, in December 2021, Swedish holding company Embracer Group announced that it required the North American and publishing arm of Perfect Worlds Entertainment and Perfect World Europe through its Gearbox subsidiary. What? Okay, Perfect World is the parent company. Kind of. Looks like they have two at the same time. What's going on with Cryptic Studios? DECA. What is DECA? Germany. Star Trek Online. Oh, that's why they sound familiar, because I fucking worked for them. Well, kind of. Yeah, I mean, I was at NCSoft, and I was part of the publishing QA rather than the developer QA. So I worked for NCSoft supporting an NCSoft published game in City of Heroes / City of Villains. So yes, they sound familiar because I worked for them. Embracer put Star Trek Online with Deca, which basically only handles dead mobile games. Oh, is that what these dudes do? The company's primary focus is on acquiring and operating older free-to-play games as a service. Oh, these guys are fucking... These guys are raccoons. They're just digging in the trash. Free-to-play games as service. Two of the most dreaded prefaces to a video game that you would ever want to see. Like, free to play by itself kind of makes you do a little side eye. Games as a service is kind of an antiquated. They don't even say that in the game industry anymore. They call it live service games now, because games as a service, you know, first of all, it doesn't sound it sounds too business oriented. It's just it's like software as a service, but games instead. But put those two together in front of a game and it sounds like one of the worst experiences you'll ever have. They are the current owners and developers of the massively multiplayer online shooter Realm of the Mad God. The company has also acquired a number of free-to-play mobile games, including Dragonville and multiple titles from Japanese publisher Gree, including Crime City, Knights of Dragons, Modern... I don't know any of these fucking games. In August 2020, the company was acquired by Embracer Group, which made it as its sixth major operative group in the company to focus on free-to-play mobile games. Yeah, Embracer was just vacuuming up all of the shitty studios. Oops. And I don't know why we ended up going down that rabbit hole, but the four studios include Arcane Austin. I keep making the same mistake reading Austin first. The four studios include Arcane Austin, maker of last year's disappointing Redfall, as well as the critically acclaimed Prey. You may want to lead with that first. And Tango Gameworks, the studio behind Hi-Fi Rush, Ghostwire Tokyo, which I haven't played but kind of want to play, and The Evil Within. Beyond that pair, Mighty Doom developer Alpha Dog Studios and Human Head software successor Roundhouse Games are also shutting down. Mighty Doom. I don't think I've ever heard of that. What the fuck is Mighty Doom? Is that on Steam by any chance? No? Is that a console title? Oh, is this a mobile game? It looks like it's a mobile game. It's got a 5 out of 10 on IGN. Oh God, this looks like shit. This looks like a scam game. Like when you're on Instagram and you see the ad for the game where it's like the dude running in the street shooting zombies or something, but you know that's not what the main game looks like. I mean, this is probably an actual game, but it doesn't look very good. In an email to staff, Xbox Game Studios head Matt Booty, what a name, reportedly said the company was closing the developers in order to focus resources on, quote, high-impact titles and the rest of Bethesda's portfolio of games. I wonder, it's like, all right, well, first of all, if they want to focus on high-impact titles, why in the ever-loving mother of fuck are they shutting down two studios that were responsible for creating probably two of Bethesda's best games of the past, like, 10 years? Like, honestly, Prey was awesome, and I would play that. If I had to choose between that or what? Fucking Starfield, and what else came out from Bethesda in the past few years that wasn't one of these two companies making? Even Fallout 4. Like, I would take Prey over that. I would take Hi-Fi Rush over that. Like, why shut down two talented studios if you want to focus on high-impact titles? Like, those guys made some high-impact titles. But it also means that, like I would like to see sales numbers too. I wonder what impact Starfield, the disappointing launch and life cycle of Starfield, I wonder what that had on this. What effect that had on this. And I wonder what effect it's having on Elder Scrolls 6. To double down on these franchises and invest to build new ones requires us to look across the business to identify the opportunities that are best positioned for success. Alright, that's some bullshit corporate speak. This reprioritization of titles and resources means a few teams will be realigned to others and some of our colleagues will be leaving us. Booty said that some of Arcane Austin's developers will be moved to other Bethesda studios. Okay, so that's good. It isn't a complete, firing of everybody that worked there, so at least some people will be retained within Bethesda. While the entire team, okay, well, except for these guys, the entire team at Roundhouse will become part of ZeniMax Online. So, okay, so they are retained. They are retained. Okay. I saw that while, and I thought something dire was happening. So that's cool. Roundhouse in name is no longer a thing, but all of the Roundhouse employees are going to become part of ZeniMax Online, okay, to work on Elder Scrolls Online. Okay. That's fine. Because it sounds like Roundhouse they were already co-developers anyways, so they weren't ever explicitly responsible for any particular IP. So that's good for them. That's good news. In addition to the studio closures, Booty said, quote, a small number of people in Bethesda publishing and corporate roles will also be laid off. Well, that sucks. As for the games, you don't ever hear about this shit happening in Japan either. Because in Japan, which also, I don't know if you know this or not, but they make video games in Japan too. But they also have very strict laws about how and when businesses can go about firing or laying people off. And hint, it's not an easy or trivial thing for a company to do over there. There are laws, and when you get past all those laws into a position where you can do it, it's very, very frowned upon. As for the games these teams have been working on, Redfall will not receive any more content updates, and those who purchased the Hero Pass DLC, which was advertised as including 2 yet-to-be-made playable characters, will receive an unspecified make good of some sort. As for Alpha Dog's cute mobile top-down shooter, Mighty Doom, that game will be sunset on August 7th. When did that come out? What does sunset mean? Does that mean people who bought it won't be allowed to play it anymore? Microsoft announced this is why you don't. This is one of the many reasons why games as a service / live service games are becoming more and more frowned upon in a finicky industry. Microsoft announced in January that it would be laying off 1,900 people from its games division. Microsoft declined our request for clarification as to whether these cuts are part of that round of layoffs or in addition to it. Damn. You would think they would want to jump at the opportunity to specify, no, this is a part of that. This is not in addition to it, this is a part of it. But the fact that they didn't want to clarify probably means that it's in addition to the 1,900 they already laid off prior. Which is brutal. Brutal. Magic Legends failed and Cryptic laid off half their people. I played the beta. It honestly was that bad, but yeah, it wasn't anything special, so owners of Magic thought it wasn't good enough. Fair enough. People are very particular about their IPs, especially something as big as Magic. I played Star Trek Online since launch, well, till recently. Its free-to-play model started about 2.5 years in, and it's basically all gamble box stuff. I mean, that sounds like the direction that Star Wars The Old Republic took, only we went free-to-play way earlier than 2.5 years. But we also focused a hell of a lot more on story content. I don't know if that's still the case now, but back then, we certainly focused a lot more on story content. And multiplayer. We try to appeal to the, like, a part of the reason why Star Wars The Old Republic faltered early on is because it didn't have a strong PvP base the way that a lot of MMOs in that era were so PvP focused. And a part of the efforts after our free-to-play move were revitalizing the PvP in that game. But I don't know if people play it for that. In all honesty, I'm shocked that Star Trek Online has survived 14 years and multiple owners, Atari, Perfect World, and now this. Yeah, I am too, to be honest. Like, I don't play MMOs, so I don't even know what the MMO landscape looks like anymore. Is Age of Conan, Hyberian Age, is that still a thing, or did that shut down? I feel like that probably shut down a long time ago. What about Lord of the Rings Online? Like, these are games that I was looking at around the same time I was working on Star Wars as, like, our quote-unquote contemporary competition. But I have no idea what MMOs people. I mean, aside from WoW, people are still playing WoW for some insane reason. But I don't know. I don't know what the MMO landscape even looks like. In a just country, mass layoffs would result in the CEO stepping down with no bonuses of any kind because this should be seen as a disgraceful failure on their part. Absolutely. 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 And I don't know what we can do to get to that point. Like, it should be old school Japan. Like, you had 1,900 people who were depending on you to feed their families and to keep their kids in school and off the streets and shit like that, and you let all 1,900 of these people down, put on your ceremonial white kimono, head out into the middle of the courtyard. We laid out the little towel for you to put your knees on. Get down there, unfold the left arm from the sleeve, unfold the right arm from the sleeve of your kimono. Sit up, have the guy back there dousing the blade with the water. And, he walks over and he hands it to you, and you got to do it. You just got to do it. It's the honorable thing to do. It's the only honorable thing to do. Yeah, Sunset is no more online capability. Lord of the Rings Online is around, I think. Oh, shit, damn, okay. Okay, well, what do I know about the MMO landscape? Apparently, MMOs last forever now. But that's great, that's great. I'm happy to hear that there is at least some semblance of games as a service that can still last for more than a couple of years. And, it sucks if a part of the reason why that is because they're all inundated with loot boxes or, other gambling-esque related material or pay-to-win shit. It sucks if that's the case, but you know what? If people are having fun in them, then, all's the merrier. Shareholders are the only people who matter now. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I can't imagine shareholders. I mean, I guess, there was probably some excitement about this. Was there? Well, Microsoft just had like what's this Q3 stuff? We're not in Q3. I don't understand that. Like, they had their Q3 press releases, and apparently they made a shit ton of money. Hey, congratulations! They made a fuck ton of money. A lot of the money that they did not make, but could have, was from the Activision Blizzard King acquisition, where they spent like $55 million on just the transition. Or not million, I think it was, I forget how much they spent on the transition, but I was trying to see if there was any news on Microsoft shares after the announcement of the layoffs. Or if we put shutdowns. Wait, Microsoft's Xbox Content Service segment reported a 62% jump in third quarter revenue last month, largely driven by the Activision Blizzard acquisition. Yes, so they had a huge jump in revenue, but then they had to spend most of that revenue on the transition and acquisition. So they barely came out in the black in that. But that just shows you how much money they stand to make in this year after all of those costs associated with the acquisition are off the books. Grand Theft Auto maker Take-Two Interactive said it would shut down 2 subsidiary studios as part of a mass layoff. I missed that. I missed Take-Two doing that. There's no information on the shares. I really wonder what the shares look like. So, I don't know when the news broke, but it was fairly stable for most of the day. It looks like it started to plummet sometime around 2. It was probably when people were voicing the most anger and disappointment. There's a lot of articles about it. There's a lot of people tweeting of their anger over it. And it looks like by the time the markets may have closed, it may have dropped pretty significantly. So, I don't know if that's any indication of anything, but I doubt that's going to shake shareholder resolve. I am now on here. Hey, Bianca, welcome back on YouTube. I don't know why your mobile Twitch gives you so many problems. It's kind of weird. But hey, you know what? You can chat again. You can't use your channel points. I know you A-cabbed me. You hydrated me too 2 minutes ago. Okay, I've been chugging water all night, so. No, nobody is peeing in the corner here. That's my water cooler. Alright, hit me with the hydrate. Do my stretch. And my posture check. Alright, thank you for that, Bianca. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good night, too. I need to reach out to your friend about the X-Men recording, too. I need to ask when he wants to have it done. But I guess he's still working on the script. Never fear, for I am here. Oh, everybody's going onto YouTube now. I gotta crash. Good night, good peeps. It is your corner. Pee if you want. Have a good night, y'all. Be safe and be stoned. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Genetic Memory Farms. I appreciate it as always. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Tango Gameworks founder Shinji Mikami shares brief reaction to studio closure. Sad. In the wake of news that Microsoft will be shutting down Hi-Fi Rush and the Evil Within developer Tango Gameworks, along with a number of other studios, many wondered what its founder, famous Resident Evil director Shinji Mikami, might have to say on the matter. Oh man, legendary game designer. Mikami did offer his thoughts on the studio closure a few hours later, albeit very brief thoughts. Tango closed, Mikami wrote on Twitter. Sad. Mikami founded Tango Gameworks back in 2010, and the studio had gone to release The Evil Within, which Mikami himself directed, The Evil Within 2, Ghostwire Tokyo, and, most recently, the critically acclaimed Hi-Fi Rush, which surprise dropped last year. More than a decade after launching Tango, however, Bethesda confirmed in a February 2023 Twitter post that Mikami would be leaving the studio in the coming months. He seemingly started a new studio, Kemu, around March. Okay, so he jumped ship before this, though. Okay. I mean, it still sucks that they shut down the studio, but maybe a lot of those former Tango people find employment under him here. Tango was bought by ZeniMax the same year it launched, falling under the Microsoft umbrella after Microsoft acquired ZeniMax in 2021. That's so much acquisition. So much consolidation and acquisition, and it's all Western-based. buddy, you got to get owned by a Japanese company that's far less likely to shut you down for nonsense. Yo, you got sucked into the wrong side of that pipeline there, buddy. But he escaped it anyways. He left and started his own studio. Mikami talked about his departure from Tango in an interview with Bike King just last month, explaining that he wanted to leave 8 years before he actually did. He explained that he didn't exit on bad terms and that rather he wanted to leave space for younger talent to grow while also giving himself a chance to make smaller, more unique games. Tango was one of the number of studios that got the axe today in a devastating round of cuts. Yeah, so already read that stuff. Well, I mean, I'm glad he has his other studio. I didn't realize he had jumped ship just so recently. Why didn't that copy? Okay. Let me put games. Oh, so this is like a recent thing then. Throughout his career, Mikami has founded a number of studios, then departed after several years and games. He split from Capcom in 2004 to start Clover Studios. Yeah, I think Clover was the one that did Okami. I think Clover did Okami. And then co-founded Platinum Games after Clover closed down in 2007. Platinum Games, obviously, Bayonetta. In 2010, he founded Tango Gameworks over at Bethesda. There, he directed Evil Within. Yeah. Okay, so this guy is just a serial studio founder. Well, sucks that his studios keep getting shut down. So, that's Tango Gameworks. I really did like Hi-Fi Rush a lot. I need to finish playing it, and I do want to play the Evil Within as well, and I want to try Ghostwire Tokyo. I probably should have been playing this dude's games all along. And of course, Arcane Studio, I already talked about them, and my connection, tenuous as it may be, with them. Arcane Austin was working on a big Redfall update for May before Microsoft ditched the game and closed the studio. Closure shock staff. That sucks. That sucks. Nothing kills morale like a mass layoff, and I can't imagine how much more. Your camera position is off. The fuck? What's going on with my camera? Oh, I know. There we go. That's what happened. Weird. I wonder when that happened. Thanks for the heads up, Vince. So yeah, this was the note that Arcane Studios put out announcing their shutdown earlier today. Today it was announced that Arcane Austin will close and development will not continue on Redfall. To everyone that has supported the game from our Austin studio over the years, thank you. Thank you for spending time in our worlds and making them your own. Arcane Leon will continue their focus on immersive experiences where they are hard at work on their upcoming project. Redfall players who purchase the Hero Pass as a part of the Premium Bite Back Edition or the Premium Bike Back Upgrade will be eligible to receive the value of those upgrades. While there will be no further updates, Redfall servers will remain online for players to enjoy. So that's cool. That's cool, at least that the servers will still be online so people can play them. Redfall is one of the highest profile disasters in Xbox history. Oof. The game was widely panned by critics and players at the launch and reportedly had a deep troubled development. Redfall's launch struggles ultimately resulted in executives like Phil Spencer and Matt Booty issuing statements about Xbox's own role in its weak release. Last year, then Bethesda Softworks publishing head Pete Hines reassured players that Arcane wouldn't give up on Redfall, insisting he was confident it would be a good game people wanted to play on Game Pass 10 years from now. God damn. He put out the fucking 10-year plan on that game. But it took over a month for Arcane to release its first big patch for Redfall, despite the launch being criticized for having bland missions, unengaging combat, poor AI, struggling performance, a myriad of bugs, the always online requirement, and more. It then took 5 months for the Xbox Series X version to get 60 frames per second support, and Arcane upset fans again the following month when its third patch was headlined by a new sniper rifle instead of the highly requested feature like offline mode. And this was the last fans heard. Brutal. Don't throw us into gold fever gambits. Don't use us as strawmen for miscalculations, blind spots. Don't make our work environments Darwinist jungles. What? Where'd that quote come from? Microsoft cuts, which has yet to comment on publicly, appear to have taken many Bethesda staff by surprise. Booty's email to staff is littered with errors, including the names of studios and DLC, and today's Xbox blog post about the new Fire Vapor Special Edition controller initially included the tagline, "Feel the burn today." Microsoft later removed it. Oh man. So the same day that they shut down 4 studios and put a shit ton of people out of work, they put out an ad that literally said, "Feel the burn." Oh no. Feel the burn today? Oh no. This was direct. This feels malicious. This feels like it was directed specifically at everyone that just lost their jobs. Feel the burn today. It's not just feel the burn, it's feel the burn today. Today's burn. There is a specific burn that is happening today, and your fucking ass is gonna feel it. Now put your shit in that box and get outside. Hey, leave your key card on the desk. Feel the burn. Today. Boy, they really took everyone by surprise then. I can't imagine the marketing team that was cooking this one up would have agreed to launch it on the same day that fucking half of Bethesda studios were being shut down. In a series of tweets, Arcane Leon... Someone also criticized Microsoft's announcement of the closure of Japanese studios Tango Gameworks late in the evening in Japan. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I guess they could have staggered it. They could have laid off the American studios in the daytime here and then wait for the daytime in Japan and lay it off there. In a series of tweets, Arcane Leon chief Dinga Bakaba, that's a name, hit out at the cuts, calling them, quote, absolutely terrible. Quote, to any executive reading this, friendly reminder that the video games are an entertainment culture, entertainment culture industry, and your business as a corporation is to take care of your artist entertainers and help them create value for you. Bakaba continued. That's the last thing they want to hear. It's like, no, like it's not a I mean, yes, it's an entertainment industry, but your job is to churn out Soylent Green for us. You know, we put you people in a sausage maker so long as we have to still use you to develop these things, and then you crank out content for us until it's no longer valuable. And then we ditch you and find some other way to crank out content. Just wait until they can get AI into a state to develop video games. Like, once you can get a quote-unquote prompt engineer to go, ChatGPT, develop me a game that is a football game similar to NCAA rules, comma, etc. With this, with that, with this many teams, have customizable features, etc., enter, and then after the spinner spins for a little while, it spits out the source code for a football game. And then you take that, you go to some prompt engineer artist who has a Midjourney account, and they go, I need art assets for football players. And then they get art assets for football players. Once they have that pipeline mainstreamed, and let me tell you, they are working hard on getting that implemented. They won't ever have to worry about hearing motherfuckers like Bakaba talk about your business as a corporation is to take care of your artists and entertainers and help them create value for you. No, they're gonna ship this motherfucker out as fast as possible and just get a couple of prompt engineers cranking out games with ChatGPT. Redfall game director Harvey Smith. Oh, he was the game director. I worked with Harvey very, very briefly at Midway. He had just moved over to Midway from Ion Storm, I believe. He was involved with the development of either Deus Ex or Thief. I can't remember which one. Either Deus Ex or Thief at Ion Storm, and came on board at Midway to do Area 52. Right about the same time I was rolling off of Area 51. Seemed like a pretty cool dude. Redfall director Harvey Smith also commented, I just want to say that I love all the people at Arcane Austin so much. Great times, hard work, we went through so much together. Of course, today's news is terrible for all of us. Your talent will lift you up, and I will do anything I can to help. That's a bummer. This is a bummer. It's all a huge bummer. A fucking gut stab. Game industry reacts to shocking new studio closures. Yeah, and it's not just a bummer to obviously the people who lost their jobs, but really everyone across the entirety of the industry, well, they were all raging on Twitter today. And it was pretty interesting. I was going through a bunch of threads and old coworkers and stuff, and just seeing how people were reacting to it. And it definitely feels different. Like, obviously, there have been a lot of layoffs in the game industry happening over the past year or so. But there's something about what happened today that did just feel different. Feel the burn? Does the controller give you gonorrhea? Don't give them any ideas. I'm sure they'll take that and run with it if they thought there was a way for them to profit off of it. Probably working in concert with some pharmaceutical company. I must cleanse my body and stop playing Total War because I was supposed to do this stuff hours ago. Good stream, good job. Hey, thank you for stopping by nonetheless, Toaster. I appreciate it. Stop yourself from playing Total War. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your night. Go get clean. Go clean yourself up. One of the worst years for cancellations, cuts, and closures in the history of the video game industry has just claimed its next victims, including Arcane, Austin, and Tango Gameworks. Developers and fans alike are in disbelief. Great teams are sunsetting before our eyes again, and it's a fucking gut stab, wrote Dinga Bakaba, director at Arcane Austin's sister studio, Arcane Leon. Set up in 2006, Arcane Austin helped develop the acclaimed 2012 well-oiled punk immersive sim Dishonored. Yes, they played a big role in developing Dishonored, before leading developed on 2017's haunting sci-fi shooter Prey. Tango Gameworks, meanwhile, was founded in 2010 and is best known for making the Evil Within series of survival horror games before bestowing a collective breath of fresh air on the video game industry last year with the colorful rhythm hack-and-slash platformer Hi-Fi Rush. Microsoft shut down both studios today, as well as other Bethesda subsidiaries, Roundhouse. Okay, so that was Dinga Bakaba's quote. Don't throw us into gold fever gambits. Don't use us as strawmen for miscalculations, blind spots. Don't make our work environments Darwinist jungles. You say we make you proud when we make a good game. Make us proud when times are tough. We know you can. We've seen it before. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, publishers, studio, any company in general, any company outside of game industry. When things get tough, there's never any, okay, we gotta tough it out, everybody. We gotta tighten our belts a little bit. You know, we may cut some expenses here and there. We may have to. We may even ask some people to take some pay cuts here and there. We can only. You know, we can only promise you to restore your pay when things turn around, but we don't want to fire anyone. We don't want to lay anyone off. We're all going through tough times here, but we'll weather it and we'll get through it. There is none of that. Like, there is none of that shit. It is, times are tough. Get out. Leave right now. I'm only awake because I'm hoping William streams later and debuts a new intro I made for him. Awesome. Well, I would have preferred, I'm only awake because I like your stream and I wanted to watch you, and I'm glad that I have the opportunity, and, you know, I'm all hearing all of this is interesting. I would have preferred that, Vince, but, you know, that's fine. You're waiting to watch your intro on William's stream. That's cool. I hope it goes well. I hope it goes over well. For now, great teams are sunsetting before our eyes, and again, it's a fucking gut stab. Leon is safe, but please be tactful and discerning about all this, and respect affected folks' voice and leave it room to be heard. It's their story to tell, their feelings to express. The Deathloop co-director at the Microsoft-owned studio continue. Oh, so he was a director of Deathloop. Inside baseball, but if I read immersive sim curse from the community, especially from a fellow dev, I swear to God, please, let's talk about real challenges instead of rehashing irrational anxieties of the past. Even more inside baseball, but with a very, very wide range, as a wise and sorely missed man said, please stop. Immersive sim curse. I don't understand. This is Plisted. I don't understand the closure of Tango Gameworks. I mean, why close instead of divest? Surely the team would have easily been able to find a new home. That's my question for all of this. All of these teams, well, maybe the co-developer would have had a harder time, but I feel like all of these other teams would have found, you know, a new home someplace else. Especially Tango Gameworks. Hell, especially Austin, Arcane Austin too. So I guess it's just the people who made the games that have to suffer, not the people who simply made money off the games. We see how this works now. I mean, that's how it's always been, Jeff Gardner. I understand why, but I find it unsettling that the social post announcing the closure of Arcane and Tango have the exact same design. Probably the same person spitting them out, honestly. It was nighttime in Japan when this game, or this announcement was made, so, you know, it was probably the same person at Microsoft that was responsible for creating those. So unbelievably tired of watching people lose their creative lives. Harvey Smith, co-director of Redfall, I already said what he had said about it. Yeah, it's just a bummer. It's a huge bummer. And like, this happens very frequently in the game industry, and I've always said the game industry is like the perfect area for people who lose their jobs to, you know, because all of these studios form as a result of like some layoff or shutdown that happened prior. Studio finds success, then they for whatever reason, they either, you know, start to taper off or they become stagnant or whatever, but for whatever reason, they do some layoffs or they shut down entirely. And then a lot of those people that worked at that company go on and form another company. And then that company has their own life cycle where they develop some games or whatever, and then they have layoffs or they shut down, and then those guys go and form another company. All of these people that are forming companies out of the ashes of old ones, they need to start forming co-ops. They need to start finding a way to form worker-owned co-op studios that will allow them to have a little bit more control over the lifespan of their studio. The issue there will always come from the form of funding. There's so much more that needs to be done than just that, but, you know, unionization and more co-ops, I feel, are the way to go. I'm here often, you know, I love your streams, lol, sorry, I could have worded that better. Nah, I'm just messing with you, I'm just teasing you. It's no big deal. Microsoft posted a 17% increase in revenue to $61.9 billion with $21.9 billion in profits, up 20%, and earnings of $2.94 per share, beating Wall Street's expectation across the board for the third quarter of its 2024 fiscal year. Yes, that's what I mentioned earlier, with the caveat being that a lot of that increase in revenue is earmarked for the cost of their acquisition. People from other Microsoft-owned studios and outside of the company have also been horrified by the news. We took a lot of inspiration from both Evil Within and Evil Within 2 when developing Alan Wake 2, tweeted Remedy Entertainment game director Kyle Rowley. They are both excellent horror games, and I'm very sad we will not get to see a continuation of the franchise from Tango Gameworks. Why do I still do this? Tweeted Obsidian Entertainment Communications Director Mikey Dowling. Arcane did solid work and had a highly talented and motivated staff. Mike Wecan, the former Retro Studios developer who led design on Metroid Prime, wrote on LinkedIn, "Companies need to understand that burning your creative production studios to the ground is not the path to profitability." No, it's not. But they're not going to understand that. Okay. What time is it? 12:22? You know what? I think I got a little in me. I think I got a little bit in me here. Oh, why aren't you? There we go. I'm gonna do a little bit. I'm gonna do a little bit before I sign off for the night. I can't remember where I last left off, though. What the hell gun is this? I want this. This is like a Martian ray gun. I'm still using fucking pipe guns and shit. Oh, I'm doing the Brotherhood of Steel thing. Okay, okay.
It's clear tonight. We should be able to spot any hostiles at a decent range.
Oops. Board the gunship. Why am I'm not walking over there? Why am I boarding the gunship? I think either Alien or Institute. You may have just spoiled something for me there.
Those synths with the plastic faces? Ugh, they creep me the heck out.
If there are aliens in this game, then I think you just spoiled something for me. How do I, Well, how do I board it? It told me to come over here, but there's no way to...
There's no time to waste when there's work to be done.
Actually, I think it was a different game. Nice save. Nice save. Oh, is there a core in here? Sweet. Don't mind if I do. I always found it weird that they will show you weapons and loading screens that you haven't seen yet. Yeah, that is kind of spoilery. How am I supposed to... I'm burning my core power here, trying to figure out how to...
This is our supply depot. Unless you're here on official business, I need you to clear out.
Oh, okay, here it is. It's up here. What the fuck is going on here? Why is the engine on fire? Okay. Is that what this is? How do I... It has the fucking thing on it. Why can't I board it? The waypoint is on this guy right here, but I can't interact with it. Classic Bethesda. Well, I don't know what I'm supposed to... Oh, I got out of my suit. My time to sleep night? Hey, good night, Bianca. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night. Power armor blocking you? Let me see. Dance like that? Wait, what did he like? I didn't do anything. I hope the power armor isn't blocking me. No, it's still the same. Like, I should be able to interact with it to, like, get on board.
With all these planes that blow across the airport, it's amazing the towers surround.
Hey,
You point, I shoot.
over here.
Got it.
Wait, what? Stop giving him orders. He's your superior. Yeah, I think this is bugged. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I think this is just bugged.
Huh?
Maybe I should reload. I'm gonna load back a little bit further.
You got a new assignment.
Yeah, research.
Prestigious.
Means guard duty. Why? What'd you get?
Having Vanguard.
You're kidding.
Now then, the next rotation.
Alright, where am I at?
Remember your 3 C's. Cranium, thrust, center mass. Not everything you meet in the wasteland will have all of them. But
Oh, okay, I
they're
think I know.
guaranteed to have at least one.
This is our supply depot. Unless you're here on official business, I need you to clear out.
I'm gonna grab this core first. If you can't board the vertibird in Fallout 4, you could try the following solutions. Walk over the bridge to the opposite of the vertibird that takes you to the... here, hold on, let me get back up there. Sorry for the wall of text was from Google. No, thank you. I appreciate it, actually. I appreciate it. Let's see if, well, there's no flaming engine, so maybe that's a good sign. Nope, I still can't board it. Alright, solutions 1, 2, 3. Walk over to the bridge opposite of the vertibird. I'm assuming they mean this one here. That takes you out of the airport. The other vertibird for the quest should be there now. Go inside the Pridwin, come back outside. Shit, I don't want to fall off. Airport. Wait, I can use this one? It says go inside the Pridwin, come back outside. Use the holotape and search the quest name that's bugged and press on the activate button. Holotape.
By Elder Max's orders.
Use the holotape and search the quest name.
You think the Commonwealth looks bad? You should see the...
Show no mercy. What's the holotape? I don't know what a holotape is. Use the holotape and search the quest name that's bugged and press the activate button. Click on...
Capital Wasteland.
What the fuck is the holotape? Holo should be under notes, I think. Or under MISC. What should this thing look like? Use holotape and search the quest name that's bugged. Use holotape. Holotapes kind of look like 8 tracks. Yeah, I didn't see any of that in my... I don't think I have this in my thing then.
Personal log. United States Army Staff Sergeant Michael Daly. This past Saturday, October 23rd, while en route to West Stockbridge, a vertibird crashed into the roof of this museum. The cause? EMP following nuclear detonation. Several, in fact. From the
Oh,
intel
there we
I
go.
gathered,
That
this
worked for some fucking
was
reason.
a global event. The co-pilot was killed on impact. Instruments are pilot died of his injuries. Clear for release. Day after that,
Weird.
Flaherty and Canower were shot by some scared, desperate survivors. Then Brzezinski took off running. Haven't seen him since. Now, it's my turn to go AWOL, if that concept even applies anymore. My armor's fusion core is burned out, so I guess my soldering days are done. I'm heading to Boston, on foot, to see if my sister survived all this. She's got an apartment on Boylston Street. This is Mike Daly, signing out. Good luck. And God bless America. Or what's left of it.
Bethesda, what can you do? I'm sure going into a Pridwin and back out did it. Yeah, that's probably what did it, which is weird. Wait, what? Kill Super Mutant Behemoth. Okay. Okay, oh shit, that motherfucker? Man, this would be... This would be so much easier with my mouse. I wish this game had like seamless controls between mouse and keyboard controller.
Primary target down. Look at this thing.
Who's shooting at us?
Back to the Pridwin for repairs.
I know I'm just kind of a sitting duck here, but they aren't really hurting me. Where are you at?
soldier.
All right, let's see if the looting's good.
This isn't safe at all. We need to find some cover.
Fortifying alloyed metal left arm. Okay, cool. Human jaw. Molotov cocktail, alright. They say the behemoth is the primary target, but that legendary is more dangerous. Well, not for me. I popped him pretty decent. I guess I probably want to equip a gun, huh? What do I have ammo for? I have 38s. Can't do a whole lot of damage with those rifles. I guess I'll stick to the pistol.
This area seems to be in disarray.
Deathclaw meat.
Proceed carefully. These fortifications may still be inhabited.
Alright, nothing doing in here. Let me check my map and see where we're actually supposed to be going. Okay. Okay, up here. Okay, cool. Fort Strong. Don't I have a gun that is extra damage on super mutants? I hope I did. Maybe I sold it. I don't know why I would have sold it. I could use this guy's gun, but I had a gun that was. I had a pistol that was specifically. It did extra damage on super mutants. Why would I have ever sold that? That's kind of annoying. Oh, I leveled up. Do my agility and luck. I'm gonna use Kellogg's pistol. My Vash the Stampede gun.
Beneficial.
Wish a buckethead would show up. I'd get his legs clean off.
That's it.
Ooh. All right, this gun's pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie, this gun's pretty dope. almost out of ammo on it though. Alright, let's let's use my 45s. I'll just go full mobster with my Tommy gun here. Alright, that's enough of that weapon, I guess. Oh shit. Sorry, Dance.
Aim for that weak spot.
Oh shit, I didn't mean to burn my... Wait, what? What's happening? Why did that happen? Why the hell did that happen? You know what? If this guy wants to get up close on me... Eat shit. Relentless pipe revolver. Gumdrops. Okay, I'll take those. I hear you stomping around. Dance, I don't know where you were at when I was dealing with all that. Where the fuck were you, Dance? Was that all of them? Or we gotta go upstairs? Nice. Secure Fort Strong. We're walking in circles, Dance. Where do we need to go from here? we'll just jump up here. Okay, what exactly are you supposed to do to secure this place? Seems to me like we've killed everyone. I think if you're digging this, you'd like Fallout 76 is 1000% better than it was at launch, and only one-time purchase IRC, if I recall correct, besides the expansion. It's an MMO though, isn't it? Isn't 76 like an MMO? Like, Vince, you are far more into the MMO thing than I am. And I've only heard negative things about 76. I guess if they've improved it since launch, that's different, but, I don't think there's anything else for me to do here. Like, it's just, like, my objective... Oh, wait, there's a door over here. Wait, hold on. Where are you at, buddy? Come on over here. Alright, I'm gonna open this door. There might be motherfuckers behind it again.
Sweet. This area's obviously been abandoned for quite some time. That's an interesting find. It's still intact. Remain vigilant. This place may appear abandoned, but that doesn't mean we should drop our guard.
General Brock's reports. At launch, there were no NPCs. Now there are a ton. That was the main gripe. So that's weird. As of today, command of Fort Strong has passed to me. I'm looking forward to helping the U.S. Army test some of its experimental weapon systems at our facility. I've already had the men preparing the island for testing operations by tearing down the old barracks and constructing a simulated town. Since we'll be fighting the enemy on an urban front, I think it's the best way to test these weapons. But the best way to test these weapons is by seeing how well they punch through civilian structures. We've been testing a new batch of T-51B power armor suits that the Army Corps of Engineers just rolled off the assembly line. I'm impressed with the amount of protection they afford our soldiers, yet allow them a great deal of mobility. I've noticed that soldiers are still having trouble jumping in these things. Because of the suit's weight, they often tip over on hard landings. I've had the maintenance boys look at it, and they're suggesting adding a gyroscope and shock absorbers to the lower torso. I'll pass that up the chain and see if I can get Washington to spend the extra money it'll cost for the modifications. Okay. Things are starting to heat up overseas, so Washington is pushing us to cut our project turnaround time in half. I told them that would be dangerous, but it seems like we don't have much of a choice. I've decided to split my staff into Alpha Team and Bravo Team so we can work on 2 projects at the same time. The manpower will be reduced, but I'm convinced that we'll still be able to maintain our new schedule. I'm going to put Alpha Team on the power armor and Bravo on the new M42 Fat Man launchers. I have one of those. June. Alpha Team just shipped out the first batch of T-51B suits to the front in China. Reports are already coming in that the suits are performing better than expected, chewing through enemy tanks and armor like they were paper. Word has it that some of the enemy troops are even surrendering when they catch sight of the power armored troops hauling their 5mm miniguns. Looks like Alpha Team has earned themselves a weekend pass in Boston. Oh, what an award. what an award. Bravo Team is having a heck of a time getting the M42s not to shoot far enough away from its firing position. The problem is the warhead is still too heavy to fire the distance required. Our simulated soldiers are still soaking far too many rats and suffering blast burns. One of the technicians has suggested a radical idea of using a conventional depleting subcharge to catapult the round rapidly out of the launcher. His calculations look sound, so I'm going to let him give it a try. Oops. I'm not done reading yet. After a few design setbacks and the loss of one of our testing squads, we finally perfected the M42 launcher's firing mechanism. Washington has been riding me to wrap this project up, but with a weapon this potent, I was inclined to take my time. We've sent the launchers ahead to the supply yard in Mississippi, and we're just waiting for the go-ahead to ship the warheads wherever they need to go. Hopefully, we can get those nukes out of here before the month is out. I don't feel comfortable sleeping 20 feet above nukes I don't feel comfortable sleeping 20 feet above enough nukes to reduce this island to ash. Fair enough. Nor should you. Pretty sweet. Wait, I still don't have. Why do I still have secure the fort? Oh, do I have to take all the mini nukes or something? Oh, there was just that one. Nice. Okay, what's left to secure? Oh, there's an elevator. Where are you at, Dance?
Developing this level of technology is a lost art that the Brotherhood's hoping to revive. We may have a
Intruder alert! Running down.
I'm just like a fucking axe murderer. Oh shit, what the fuck?
I don't think we're alone.
We've got company.
They're firing rockets at us. Okay, change in plans. I'm not gonna use that. I'm not gonna use the Fat Man. those guys at?
Target eliminated.
Alright, there we go. I love these games, but the quest directions have always sucked ass. Fat Man in an enclosed space equals starting from the last save. That's what I assumed. I haven't used the Fat Man yet, but I assumed that firing that guy off in this environment would be devastating. This guy, God, this guy is a yapper. Holy shit. Things are getting tough around here. Brock has decided to split our men into 2 teams. I drew one of the short straws, so I ended up on the M42 Fat Man launcher team, while most of my buddies are sitting pretty upstairs with the T-51B suits. I can't even begin to describe what a ridiculous idea the M42 is. A man-portable mini nuke thrower that a trooper in the field is supposed to deploy at close range. I have been poring over the schematics, and I have no idea how we're going to get this thing to throw a warhead far enough not to kill the soldier unlucky enough to be stuck within these death traps. We've stripped the warhead weight down as much as possible, and I think we're looking at this the wrong way. Instead of trying to reduce the warhead weight, we should try and amp the power of the thrower itself. I know that means adding weight to an already heavy piece of ordnance, but I don't think we have any choice. One of the guys suggested we try magnetics to push the warhead through like a railgun, but the power pack would need to be the size of a suitcase. I'll keep picking away at this problem and see what I can turn up. We lost 2 good soldiers this morning. They were on the surface testing the MERV variant of the launcher when one of the warheads misfired and hit the ground right where they were standing. Poor bastards didn't even have a chance. We couldn't even find any remains to send home to their folks, so Brock told us to just fill some cans with sand. Jeez. I'll tell you, that guy doesn't give a crap about us. He's just worried about the brass back in Washington giving him a hard time. I was in bed last night when I had one of those eureka moments. I ran over to the night shift guys in the lab, swept all of their drawings on the floor, and started sketching my idea. They must have thought I'd lost my mind. 6 hours and 14 cups of coffee later, I had it all mapped out. We'd used a small subcharge as a launching catalyst to catapult the warhead from the launcher. We'd have plenty of range, and the subcharge could be built into the warhead itself. Brock seemed to like the plan and gave us the go-ahead to prototype the device. I can't wait to try it out. It took the better part of a year and over 100 test firings, but the M42 is ready to be shipped out into the field. I can't believe I spent over a year on this single project. I feel pretty good knowing we're delivering a well-tested weapon to our own guys fighting overseas. Now that it's over, I suppose Brock will move us on to something else, but for now I'm going to spend the rest of my month packing up these warheads to ship off base. Fun times, guys. Sounds like he had himself a right nice adventure. Missile launcher. I figured that was going to encumber me. I have 6 missiles though, so hell, maybe I'll hang on to the missile launcher. I've got a lot of shit again. It's long-winded, but the attention to detail in the world is what I love most about Fallout, and the dark humor. No, it's an interesting read for sure. Oh, I don't have anything on my left arm. Okay, I think I'm good on that. I gotta figure out what to ditch. I'm gonna ditch this thing. Got a lot of this shit. I've got 3 pounds worth of whiskey. I should just start chugging. Oh shit, I didn't want to fall. Okay. Purified water in the toilet. I'm glad they labeled it.
Excuse me. Look at this place. You must hate these mutants as much as I do.
Why do you hate super mutants so much?
Hate's too gentle a word. These monstrosities
Was I
are just another
persuasion
example of
attempt
man
failed.
blindly taking a step forward, only to wind up stumbling 2 steps back. I've been fighting for years, trying to put a stop to this madness. And just when I thought we were getting the upper hand, along come the synths. I've seen what these super mutants do to people. Can you imagine what the synths would do to us if they ever got the upper hand? It would be Armageddon repeated, and maybe the end of everything that we hold dear. Look, I don't mean to bore you with my rhetoric. I just want you to understand how important these missions are.
How could synths bring about our
George
destruction?
Clooney should
If
play
the
this guy
synths
in
reached
live
the point
action.
where they outnumbered
George Clooney might be
mankind,
too old for that at this
how
point.
long would it take for them to decide we were no longer
I haven't even
necessary?
heard from that dude in a while. How
They
old is
certainly
he at
possess
this
the
point?
capability to make more of their own kind. So we'd become expendable. And with Institute technology on their side, nothing could stop them. Not even the Brotherhood. It's a nightmare scenario almost too terrible to contemplate. Anyway, that's enough of that. What's important
He's
here is that you got
63.
the job done and secured these warheads. You should head back up to the Prydwen and talk to Maxon. I'm sure he'll want to debrief you as soon as possible. Dismissed.
I like how all of a sudden I'm the music broker for all my nieces and nephews. Like, they want to pillage my guitar rack. I mean, I didn't give. I'm letting my nieces and nephews, I guess they could keep it, I don't care. I'm letting my nieces and nephews my classical. Now my other niece wants to use one of my electrics. It's like, god damn. I'm the music man all of a sudden. They're all coming to me wanting to, moldy food? I will pass. I like how fucking downing a bottle of whiskey makes me move faster. 63? I was kidding and mainly said it because of the voice. No, I get it. I understand that. And it does kind of sound like Clooney, but, it's a little bit of a bummer because I've always liked Clooney as an actor. I need to watch The American again. That was a good movie. Oh, there's a new episode of X-Men in about an hour. I gotta go get ready for that one. You know, it's interesting that, like, Disney fired Bo DeMeo right before the show's launch. Disney fired Bo DeMeo right before the show's launch. But he's been very, very active and vocal and, like, you know, interactive with the community on Twitter and shit. You know, answering questions and just hyping people up and, you know, all that sort of stuff. Just been really involved in the community on Twitter, despite the fact that he was unceremoniously fired, like, right before the show's launch. And more to the fact, Disney and Marvel Studios never really, like, chose anybody else to, like, serve as kind of like the ombudsman, if I can be so pretentious as to use the word ombudsman. They've never hired anyone else to be the, like, brand ambassador to X-Men after firing Bo DeMeo. They're kind of still letting Bo DeMeo be the brand ambassador to X-Men, even though they fired him. And it's great. He's really cool talking about it. He's cool to hear, you know, share his opinions and hear him talking about what motivated this character arc and what motivated this adaptation, or why they did the adaptation of this story arc this way. Like, it's pretty neat to hear from him, and he's, you know, very obviously he's a knowledgeable super fan of X-Men in general, not just the cartoon. So I'm happy for it. I'm glad that he's involved, at least in that regard. And a lot of people are saying, like, rehire him, like, bring him back. And as far as I can tell, now this is just everything that I've been able to find out about it, It seems like the only reason... How the fuck do I get back to the... It seems like the only reason they fired him in the first place was, Oh, I gotta go the long way. God damn, they're making me... They're not even gonna give me a ride back? I gotta hike? Alright, I guess I'm hiking all the way back. Thanks a lot, Brotherhood of Steel. But, yeah, I just find it fascinating that, they fired him, but they basically are still allowing him to be, like, the brand ambassador. And people want them to rehire him. You know, they love the show and the work he's done, and they love talking to him and all that. And my thing is, like, yeah, if all he did was just have an OnlyFans, and that's the only reason why they fired him, then they should hire him back. I assumed it was worse. Like, the way that they just ditched his ass immediately, no ceremony, no anything, like, right before the show's launched, I assumed he did something. I was like, okay, he said something to someone that he shouldn't have said, or he did something untoward, or, you know, there was a hardcore HR violation that happened somewhere that resulted in this happening. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. I guess it really was just Disney didn't like that he had an OnlyFans. And obviously I don't give a shit. And I don't think the core demographic of X-Men 97, I don't think its target audience really gives a shit either. I think the target audience for X-Men 97 are well old enough to have OnlyFans. And I know it's still a Marvel thing, it's still a Marvel property, it's still a Disney property, it's still a cartoon, even if it is more adult oriented. But I get that, you know. But yeah, it's fucking, who cares? Nobody cares. No kid is gonna be like, wow, X-Men 97 was great. I'm gonna go look at his OnlyFans. I'm gonna go see if, or they won't even know. They're just gonna be like, I'm gonna see if this guy has an OnlyFans. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I need to ditch something. But I like everything I have. What do I have under MISC? Or junk, actually. Anything that doesn't give me steel, I'm ditching. So, the clipboard, I'm ditching. Ditching those. Ditching that. Copper and glass. I'm gonna keep those. Alright, this is good enough. That's good enough. Is that my boy right there?
There's a wealth of technology just waiting to be discovered out here.
I'm waiting on all 10 episodes, then I'll give it a go.
You should head back to the Pridwin. I'll take care of the shelves. And the mess.
Honestly, I think you're doing yourself a disservice, Vince. I like the episode model. I like the week-by-week episode model because it gives people a lot more time to, like, meditate on the episodes. Like, when I binge watch something, I never, you know, like, I try to think about the major events of a season when I binge watch it, and I never know, like, when something happens. I was like, wait, was that back in episode 3 or episode 4 or what? And it all just kind of blurs and blends. Wait, who are you?
Hey there, friend. We're in some real trouble. Maybe you can help.
What do you need?
It's these damn greenskins, the super mutants. Whenever they come through, we just have to run away or hide. They take everything they can eat and destroy most everything else. And if they ever took us by surprise, we'd all be dead. We can't live like this. Please, you've got to help us. Well, we have a pretty good idea. I hope you can find them and wipe them
Well,
out.
if they're at the fort, then it's already done. Kill the super mutants at Faneuil Hall. Okay.
Another day, another assignment.
Hey, you want to help me kill some super mutants real
head
quick?
back to the Pridwood. I'll take care of the shells and the mess.
Paladin Dance.
Ready to continue our mission, soldier?
Ready.
Roger that.
Okay. Map it. Oh, they're all the way over there. Holy shit. How the fuck am I? You know what? I might not do that mission. That's a hell of a haul. If we had a boat or some way to cross the water, then yeah, I'll do it, but... I saw on Campia's show the rumor he got fired for having an OnlyFans. Yeah, that's the only thing I've heard about it. I assumed it was something worse when it first happened, but
Don't forget Boston Blaster. He's pulled this out before. This is one hell of a race. It's another great day out here at the track.
the majority of the general audience doesn't even know who the showrunners even are. Yeah, exactly. What the fuck is this? There are robot races?
We got some fine bots in this race. Iron Maiden is still in the lead.
Who's watching the
Bots
robot?
are coming
Oh!
fast.
I didn't mean to fall off of that. Who's watching the robot
We
races?
got some
No!
competition out here today.
This is too dangerous. We're wide open out here.
What a race! What a race!
We weren't supposed to be down there, guy. I accidentally fell off of the highway. I like how Dance didn't like
Good,
that.
clean race today.
Wait, what did...
Absolutely no funny business.
Oh, I guess I can't... What didn't Dance like?
Hey, pipe down out there. We got a race on.
Fuck it.
And here they come. Piece of junk is really showing off those new mods. It's neck and neck. Look at them go.
Can't fast travel nearby? I can only fast travel to places I've been to, and I haven't been to anywhere near here. I haven't been anywhere over here. I don't think. Well, I guess I've been to Diamond City, but... Yeah, actually, I guess I've been to Park... Yeah, I guess I've been there.
You all get your bets in. I sure did.
Maybe I'll do that then. Good call, Vince.
Back to the track.
I think it said he didn't like you agreeing to help that guy. Oh, but we're killing mutants. He hates mutants. He should have loved that. Anyways, yeah, I'm a big fan of the week-by-week release thing, so I like being able to watch an episode and then spend some time talking about it. Like, even with... so I've been watching a few shows. I've been watching The Sympathizer on HBO Max. I've been watching Baby Reindeer. I just finished Baby Reindeer the other night on Netflix. And I've been watching, where am I? There I am. And I've been watching Outer Range on Amazon Prime. Oh shit, what the fuck? For you guys get the axe treatment. But when I'm watching those shows, I don't watch them all in one sitting. I'll watch maybe like two, maybe 3 episodes at a time. I'll watch like 2.
This area we've recovered has the common. Every map of this area we've recovered has the common mark with a big red X. I guess we'll find out why.
Like I don't mind watching 2 or 3 episodes at a time, but like sitting down and watching like a 10 episode thing all at once, I just.
What? Who's there?
Surprise, bitch!
Godless bastard! The hell with you!
Oh wait, that's Dance. Sorry, buddy. You kind of look like a super mutant a little bit.
Send them back to hell! Long live the Brotherhood!
I don't even know where these guys are. Who are you fighting with, man? You were fighting with someone down here.
Huh? What's that?
Let's go, Dance. Just like a crazed axe murderer. Nothing scarier than a dude in a power armor suit with a giant axe just hacking you to pieces. I've lost track of the quest I was on. Okay, I guess I can go this way. I've mostly been watching Krapopolis, never heard of it, Animal Control, Star Trek Discovery, and Bad Batch, but that one is over now. What are you, was there like a, shit. Was there like a second season of Bad Batch or something? What's up, suckers? Take the laser pistol.
There must be something significant in this area to merit these fortifications.
I'll say. Let's get in here and find out what it is. It was the 3rd and final season. God damn. I remember when Bad Batch was a new show. I remember when that was like a brand new show. I didn't realize there were already 3 episodes. Or 3 seasons, rather. What happened to, it shows you how much I pay attention to shit. What happened to, oh, this guy has like, he's walking around in a tank top, dude. What are you doing? You were easy pickings for me.
Last mistake!
Whatever happened to, Star Wars Skeleton Crew?
Watch your step.
Is that still a thing?
No
I don't know why. I've been pretty successful at lockpicking these ones. I should improve my skill at some point to be capable of doing more advanced locks.
Got it.
You're dead!
Says who, lady?
This is the most
Ooh, what a grisly way to go. And I stole your potato chips. The fuck you gonna say about that? I snuck up behind you, cut your head off. I snuck up behind you, cut your head off, and stole your potato chips. Let's chuck some shit. Get my health all the way back up again. Is there a trap or something that shot at me?
Hey, we're hot!
Nope.
I heard something.
Get out of my way. Oh.
Nice try!
Oh, I didn't notice this was here.
Come on!
Get out of my way, man. I'm trying to loot this guy. Temporarily slows time during combat when you're at 20% or less health.
I highly.
I have a regular laser pistol, I think. I have two laser. Wait. I thought this was supposed to be a better laser pistol. I'll go ahead and ditch one. I don't need two of them.
Targets are disengaged.
You got something you want to say to me, buddy? Now, how did this guy fire a missile? He fired a missile launcher at me at point-blank range. It clearly hurt me because I'm at half health now. But he survived? And he's just wearing, like, clothes? Like, how does that work out?
I'd advise against breathing in these fumes. They smell awful.
Crapopolis is a Fox adult animated show. Okay, it's a new one. They crap out so many adult shows, like adult cartoons. It's actually like, it's pretty rare when any of them turn into like, it's pretty rare if any of them ever turn into like a Family Guy or a Bob's Burgers. Like, those are the only two, and American Dad. Family Guy, American Dad, and Bob's Burgers are the only success stories I can think of for Cartoon Network, or not Cartoon, Fox animation, adult animation. We've got to find what's valuable in here. Clearly they're hiding something. Skeleton Crew, oh, Animal Control is Joel McHale, Fox Comedy, okay. So you're all about the Fox lineup then. Skeleton Crew is supposed to be a thing still? Skeleton Crew is scheduled to be released on Disney Plus in late 2024, and it will consist of 8 episodes. Jaleel White is in the cast now. Oh, I did hear about that. I did hear Jaleel White was in the cast. Oh, it was a gun and a vice. That's what got me. It's nice that the water still works in here. Really? The Radex broke the camel's back? Oh, I gotta find an ID card. I don't suppose it's on any of these dudes' bodies. Dang it, I didn't want that. The PCP is his armor. They've already greenlit 3 seasons of Crepopolis. I think it's hilarious. Has mythological stuff in it, minotaurs, gods, goddesses, and a goddess kid is a king of a city he's trying to get off the ground. First season already had 21 episodes. Been kind of refreshing to see a show do that again. I just put out a video on my YouTube where I was ranting about that. I was ranting about that with Justin about how much I dislike how everything has gone to like 10 episodes or 8 episodes or 6 episodes. Like, I am a big proponent of going back to 21 to 23 episode seasons. Due to the unfortunate sit-in protest in the main lobby by members of the public, new security measures are being implemented immediately. Please be sure to carry your ID card at all times and stay within your designated areas. Do not exit the building using any doors other than those designated as standard exits. Do not provide anyone with your login or password. Any deviation from these restrictions will result in immediate termination. Okay, well. All employees are invited to the 2077 holiday celebration. We'll be holding the festivities on the roof of our main headquarters this year, so you'll be able to dine with a loved one while... Okay, whatever. Roof of the main headquarters.
Let's see what we found.
Is that where I need to head to?
It's just some scrap.
Well, I'm not getting to the roof by going down, but... Technical documents. where's this damn key card? The short seasons kill character development. It also makes it really harder. It makes it really hard to like really get into like the world of a show, because by the time you start to get into it, like, it's over. Like, the only show I could think of where that wasn't the case. Well, I mean, there are a couple of shows that actually did a pretty good job of getting you into the world in 10 episodes. Obviously, Game of Thrones being one of them. I think Sandman on Netflix also did a really, really good job of that. But, oh shit. But, other than that, like, it's really kind of difficult to, really get yourself engrossed in the, oh shit. Well, I'll tell you what, they sure did booby-trap the hell out of this place. I don't know where I might be able to find this key card. If it's even in here.
Anything useful?
Nope.
Gotta find the card.
I wonder where the damn card is. I think Fallout did fine at 8, or was it 6? It was 8. Fallout was 8. Fallout did okay at 8. It could have. I think the story was a bit. Get out of my way. Get out of my way in case this thing starts coming down on me, you dickhead. I think the story was paced a bit quickly. I think it kind of worked in the sense that there weren't a whole lot of characters, but that also kind of shrunk the world down, I think.
Locked tight.
I wonder if the combination is on any of these computers. Nothing on that one. Customer service stuff. Maybe something on this one? How do I improve my lockpicking? A lady killer, what? Women suffer 5% damage in combat? What? Oh my god. Why is this a perk? Being a fucking psycho against women, that's a perk? It's way the fuck down here? God damn. Requires per 4. Well, it looks like I have more than 4 in this one. How do I get down here? Do I have to max out my stars on all of here to get to the bottom ones? Damn, that's gonna take a while. I feel like I'm walking around in circles and being led around on a goose chase here. Looking for a key card that may or may not exist. Mass fusion building. Alright, I'm gonna do a little Googling here. I don't think this is something I can. Oh shit! I don't think this is something I could do right now. Alright, well, let's just go ahead and head on out of here. Well, think it's time to hit the old dusty trail. Oh boy, loading screens. Oh shit, loading screens. God damn. Is something... Okay, there we go. I was about to say, maybe something's wrong. Maybe there's like a bug or something. Oh, shit. So I gotta go... This I'm away.
Visual on the target. Weapons cold. Damn. Well, think you're clever?
I like how he's stabbing at power armor with a knife, with a switchblade, no less. Why do I have too much? Oh, because my leg went out. One of my legs went out. Damn it. Motherfucker. Are you kidding me? I have 8 missiles. You know what? Let me unload some of these missiles.
Not getting past me.
Nice. You know, firing off these rockets really lighten my load. I'm running pretty quickly now.
Let's show them how the brunt of it does it. Over there. Get him. Just getting warmed up over here.
What are you shooting at, guy? You're just shooting at a fucking wall. Where are we? Did we go way off? No, this is where we should be.
Hold your ground. Out there. Man, come out.
Okay, time to switch to a better weapon here. Something a little more close range. don't know if I want to use one. I want to use one. I just to see what it looks like. I gotta back up a bit just to see what it looks like. You're still alive? God damn, dude.
For the Brotherhood!
God damn, what happened? Did I really just... What the fuck? Alright, I'm stuck. How do I get out of this? What's the console command to get out of this? Is it TCL? Oh, Bethesda. Good old TCL.
You never know what you'll find.
He gave me 2 missiles back. Here I am firing off missiles so I can lighten the load. I just get 2 of them back. Or 3 of them, really. Alright, what's it gonna be like in here? Yeah, this game can have some long loading screens. Even on an SSD, it can be slow. Yeah, I have an SSD and a lot of... I mean, there's no reason why. If something loads slow on this computer, it's because it's not optimized, basically.
What? Who's there? Remember the Citadel! We've got company!
All that guy had on him was a board.
You see me, human? This is your death!
That's it.
Why do I care about pre-war money?
Lock's really strong.
Oh, I'm encumbered again. Look at all this. I mean, it doesn't weigh anything, but why do I have all of that? What do I do with pre-war money? I guess I get cloth out of it? These desk fans. All the stuff that gets me steel. Really slows time. What's on my left arm now? It's not worth that. Where's that chest plate I got? Why does Dance... You know, Dance has like a real fetish for me getting in and out of my armor. Every time I get into my armor, it's... Dance liked that. It's like, alright, chill out, Dance, dude. Come on. We're on a mission here. We're on assignment. Holy shit. I'll try using that. .308. What does this use? Shells.
I can smell you out there, little sneak! Hey, waste of time! What's that? There. I'm here, stuff.
Oh, it's coming down the stairs at me. Oh, there's a couple of them.
Sound, what is it? I hear something. Here's playing tricks on me again.
These guys are pretty close, it sounds like. I don't know how we haven't found each other yet.
What?
There you
Who's
go.
there? Who's there? What? Scared already? You look like a rat.
I rather like this gun. I feel like this game is kind of racist against mutants. It's portraying mutants in a very negative light.
Here, human.
Where are you at?
Got a treat for you.
You sound like you're close by.
No blood to spill today. Humans, let's play. I steal from the face of the earth.
We may have a problem here.
Wait, what?
Get him. Down! Someone there.
Now, how do I get up there? You were saying something about a problem?
Hey,
What's on your mind?
your thoughts?
Remember, we're out here representing...
All right.
That was it?
Not a problem.
Do I have any more whiskey I could down? I don't know how to get to that room that other guy was just in. Cop bots are here. As always, in true cop format, they're late to the scene.
That sound, what is it? What? Who's there? Garrett stuff.
Our visual acuity is being reduced to an unacceptable level here.
I don't want to deal with that thing. Let's just try to figure out wherever this other mutant is. I don't know if it's the last guy, but I gotta find him and put him down. How do I get up there is the question.
Something there.
Going up. Third floor.
Good work. Don't leave anything behind.
Is this the guy we killed from the hole in the floor? It looks like it. No, we were here before. Wait, what? Oh, god damn it.
Going down. Ground floor.
Where's that last goddamn mutant at?
What's that?
Where are you? You come find me. I don't know where you are. You come find me. How do I get up there?
Hello? Nothing.
Oh, wait a
Someone
second.
there? Gonna splatter your brain!
Alright. Awesome. Done and done. Let's get back to that town then. Ugh, these crazy ass load times. I'm off to bed, enjoy the game. Yeah, once this damn thing will finish loading and I can turn this quest in, I'm gonna take off myself, but that's probably gonna be 10 years from now. But thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your night. I'll catch you next time.
Come on! Let's fly!
Not getting past me.
Danger, what's that? Wait, what? Did he... What did he go inside for? He was like, I'm out of here. Like, I don't get paid enough to deal with this shit. Drink me some beer so I can fast travel to this joint.
Well, you're still alive. That either means you haven't gone after those super mutants yet, or good news?
Those super mutants won't be bothering you again.
I guess you were the right person for the job, huh? Thanks, friend. By the way, feel free to use our workshop. I'm glad to count you as a friend.
Okay. Do you have any beer on you? I could use some beer so I could do one more fast travel. Sweet. Vodka works too.
Can you believe synths are replacing...
Outstanding work at Fort Strong, soldier.
What happens at Fort Strong now?
Paladin Dance is supervising the transfer of the Fat Man warheads to the Prydwen. They'll provide quite an edge to our arsenal. I've also ordered a detachment to occupy the location, and use it as a staging area to protect the eastern side of the airport. All in all, you handed us quite a valuable location.
Too bad it wasn't the Institute.
Not to worry, Knight. You'll be dealing with them sooner than you think. In order to bring the Institute to its knees, we need to use every weapon at our disposal. I try to supply my soldiers with the best. That's why I'm giving you these. Signal grenades can call a vertibird to your location when you need aerial transport. Simply throw one to the ground, and the vertibird will hone in on the unique electromagnetic smoke it emits. Once you're aboard, use the map on your Pip-Boy to interface with the pilot's navigation system, so he'll be able to take you wherever you need.
The best weapon for survival out here is a pocket full of caps.
Signal grenades are usually reserved for our paladins. In your case, you should be grateful that I'm making an exception. Now, I'm sure you're aware that Fort Strong was simply the first step towards the liberation of the Commonwealth. An even greater task lies ahead. By now, I'm sure you've deduced that our arrival in the Commonwealth wasn't coincidental. We're here because of a unique energy reading recorded by Paladin Dance's recon team. According to our scribes, the reading indicated a level of technology that only the Institute could achieve. The moment this information came to light, our mission became clear. The Institute, and everyone responsible for the creation of the synths, must be eliminated at all costs. To accomplish this goal, we need to locate the Institute's headquarters. I've had our scribes meticulously searching the Commonwealth, but they've come up empty-handed.
Where do I start?
I want you to get out there, and become our eyes and ears on the ground. You seem to have a vested interest in locating the Institute before we met, so I'm confident you'll travel in the right circles. If you discover a way in, I need you to report it to me immediately. Any questions, Knight?
Any suggestions where I should look next?
I'd pursue your lead regarding Dr. Amari. I'm not certain if she's a crackpot, or if she can genuinely assist your search. But our sources say she has some interesting technology at her disposal. Anything else, Knight?
Aren't there any pre-war records about the Institute that might help us?
Our records indicate that the Institute was born from the remnants of a pre-war educational facility, the Commonwealth Institute of Technology. The ruins of the facility are at the center of the city, but we've already searched them thoroughly. The location appears to have been abandoned long ago, so it appears that the trail ends there. Anything else, Knight?
What about those energy readings that Paladin Dance's recon team detected?
Our scribes are confident that the energy readings are from Institute technology, due to the unusually high frequency. But the source is unknown. We're still detecting them on occasion, but by the time we send a team to investigate, they disappear. Just watch your step. I wouldn't be surprised if the energy reading were caused by some type of Institute weapon. Is there anything else?
Nope,
Not
I'm
right
good.
now, Elder.
Very well then. Dismissed.
If you have a moment, there's something I'd like to discuss with you.
Does it have anything to do with the Brotherhood?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. This isn't a formal meeting. I simply want to clear the air. I think we may have gotten off on the wrong foot when we first met, and I feel like I owe you an apology. Expecting you to embrace the standards of the Brotherhood without having a history with us was unfair. And given that you've adjusted so well to our beliefs, I don't think I needed to push so hard.
That's very kind. Thank you.
Well, you deserve it. When I was an initiate, my sponsor was Paladin Krieg, toughest squad leader I ever served with. He was a model soldier, embodying the values every trainee was striving to achieve. Fiercely loyal, secure in his beliefs, and brave to a fault. From the moment I was assigned to his squad, I was singled out. It felt like he was pushing me harder than the rest of the team. I fought by his side for years, and we had some seriously close calls. But he never explained to me why I was treated that way.
Did you ever ask him why?
I'd considered it, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. After I was promoted to Paladin, and I'd moved on to my own squad, I received word that Krieg was killed at Adams Air Force Base. The news was like being kicked in the stomach. I mean, I'd lost some of my brothers and sisters before, but his death, well, it really got to me. It's taken me a long time to realize it. But the reason Krieg was so tough on me is the same reason I'm so tough on you. It's because I believe in you. And I don't want to see any of your potential go to waste.
I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything. Just keep doing what you're doing. Well, I've said what I had to say, and I hope that it meant something to you. I trust you'll keep this in confidence, of course. Some of that information was of a personal nature, and, well, I'd like to keep it that way.
By now, I'm sure you've deduced that our arrival in the Commonwealth...
Alright, I've deduced.
wasn't coincidental.
I'm out of here. Oh man, alright. Well, I think everybody else went to bed too. But for anybody that's still around, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it as always. We'll be back streaming tomorrow, actually, Wednesday. It'll be a Wednesday stream. I don't know if I'll be playing this or something else, but we'll figure it out. Until then, thank you for joining me. Later, take it easy, Vince. Good luck on your debut opening for William's stream. Hope it goes well. Thanks for joining me. Arachna, thanks for joining me. Toaster and Bianca, as always, and everybody else that stopped by, I really appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch y'all tomorrow. If not, I'll stream it on Thursday too, so see you then. Later, y'all. Oh, that already happened? Alright, well, cool. Congratulations. I hope everyone liked it. Take it easy.